we're not supposed to remain just in a stagnant position. If anything, he always just told us just to keep going. I cherish like my dad, and I've always said that he wasn't just a father to me, but he was a father to many people, including my own personal friends who didn't have a father there. So it definitely inspired me. When I do become a parent, because I always tell my dad, I'm like, I want kids, and my dad was like, when I have my grandkids, we're going to the alligator farm because he loved going to the alligator farm. That was one of his most favorite things to do. Gatorland in Orlando and in the alligator farm in St. Augustine. So I'm definitely going to be taking my kids to the alligator farm because he was the type to make noises to the alligators, just talking to the alligators. I would cherish that moment. I know that my dad, especially when I think about handling conflict, my dad was always very calm, soft spoken. I would definitely carry that with me. All the memories, my dad was the type, I spoke at the funeral and told how in times where I was sad or down and I couldn't sleep at night, my dad was the type, okay, like let's go downstairs, let's watch a movie. And he would hold my hand literally until I fell asleep, and he felt like I was okay, and he would pray with me. So, even if I tapped him in the midnight hour, like, hey, can we please talk? It was maybe like 3:00 in the morning, and he still got up. He was like, it's not easy, but I'm trying to take it one day at a time, so I really am trying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know I speak for, I'm sure, Kelvin and everyone else watching. We're praying, continually praying for you, your sister, your mom, your family. And we thank you. We thank you for giving the time, letting Kofi have time with us. Because, I know doing this can pull away from family time, and so those hours I know are precious for him, but it was precious for you guys. And I thank you. We thank you for just sharing him with us, because it lifted us up in so many ways and inspired us in so many ways. And so I speak for everybody. I'm sure we want to return that. So in whatever way we can, when the time comes, all you need to do is ask, and we'll find a way to be there for you, your sister, your mom, the family. That's what family does. So Majesty Hemingway, how can people, I don't know, you're big on social media, let people know how they can follow you, how they can follow your career, how they can support you, Instagram, Twitter, wherever you're at. Let people know how they can follow you.
Yes, so my Instagram name is victorious_majesty. So
And welcome back to the city of Atlanta. A long time ago, a young man named Jermaine Dupree said, welcome to Atlanta where the players play. Well, we got runners today out here on the track for the 2023 Cricket SIAC. Cricket. Mic check 1 2 3. All right. Sorry about that, everyone. Once again, welcome back to the 2023 SIAC Track and Field Championships for Outdoor here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility on the campus of Morehouse College. As I mentioned before, my name is Mo Carter. Sly Williams is on the board. He'll join us momentarily. in just a few minutes as we get ready for the second half of day one action here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. And we're getting ready to have a lot of events, both on the track and also in the field. So coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, here's what we got coming your way. First and foremost, we will start things off with the 400 meters hurdles for the men. That tips off at 5 p.m. It'll be followed right behind with the women at about 5:15. The men's long jump will begin right at 5 p.m. And currently we've got the shot put going on as well at the moment. So once again, we'd like to welcome you back to day one action of the Cricket SIAC Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships here in Atlanta, Georgia. You know, a few years ago, the great Jermaine Dupree said, welcome to Atlanta where the players play. Well, we don't have players playing today. We got runners running today on the track and other student athletes competing, trying to get that SIAC gold so they can advance on to the regionals and hopefully to the NCAA Division II National Championships, which will be held in Pueblo, Colorado this year in late May. So coming up in just a few moments, we will have the 400-meter hurdles. And let's just tell you who's in Heat 1. We will have 3 heats. Of course, these are just the prelims. The way the prelims work is that we get the top 2 runners from each heat, and then from there, the next best 2 times will be the finalists for the finals. And the finals of the 400-meter hurdles will be ran on Saturday evening right here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. All right, so as I mentioned before, joining me on the broadcast panel is Sly Williams. Sly, it's good to be back with you, man. We had to go take our nice little time out earlier, but now we're getting into it. We got the half-tathlon and decathlon first portions out the way, but now we're ready for some real track stars to come through, the people that actually run these events.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Here's the best thing. Rain, go away, man. The rain, I think, has cleared over, man. It's kind of moved on out of the way.
Absolutely.
So now, man, you got even though the track is a little bit slick, but they have had the squeegee guys out cleaning up the tracks, getting everything kind of clean. And so now, man, I think we're ready to go, man. This is it.
I think so as well. I mean, you know, the squeegees were nice, but I tell you, if they could have got like one of those blowers, maybe from the maintenance crew here at Morehouse College, I think that would have helped out a tad bit better. But in the meantime, we go with what we know, and that's what the facility was able to provide. So we've got 3 heats coming up, as I mentioned earlier. Within these 3 heats, you're going to take the winner and the runner-up per heat, and then you're going to take the next 2 best times. They advance on to the finals on Saturday. So just taking a look at what we've got coming up. In Heat 1, Lane 1 will be occupied by Malik Collins of Edward Waters. Lane 2 will be occupied by Kevin Francis of Benedict. Lane 3 will be occupied by Central State's Kyron Odom. In Lane 4, it'll be Sharif Knowles of Albany State. In Lane 5, it'll be John Abbott from Spring Hill down in the Mobile area. In Lane 6, it'll be Jabari Moss from Allen. In Lane 7, it'll be Houston Cole from Morehouse. And in Lane 8, it'll be Christian Sanders. Remember, the top 2 participants in this who finish 1 and 2 will advance on to the finals. And if you advance third, you just have to hope that your time was the next best time between all of these heats. And y'all bear with us a tad bit. We got a little tangle. Some cords were tangled over here, but we're good now.
Got our wires twisted up for a second in there, man.
Yeah, but we're good. we are good. We're professionals, so we just, made it happen one way or the other. And look, I'm glad you talked about how the rain is literally like going away. For many that know, I'm a sports anchor in the Huntsville, Alabama area, and there's supposed to be a huge sports day out there with the Hometown Lenders Golf Championship as part of the Corn Ferry Tour, and also the College Sand Beach Volleyball Championships are supposed to be taking place today. I just got 2 emails, washed out for the day.
Oh, man.
I know, right? So it's going to just make the weekend a little bit busier for my colleagues up there in the Rocket City. But guess what? That rain is not coming this way, so I am good to go with that as we get ready to see these guys who will be good to go on the track.
It's funny. I think the radar said tomorrow should be a lot clearer. And Saturday, they may have a chance of a rain on Saturday, but if they don't get it done by Sunday, Sunday is coming down on Sunday.
All right. Well, look, as far as I know, we're not contracted to be here through Sunday. So with that being said, Saturday sounds like it's going to be our nice and prime date.
All right. It's amazing. With technology now, you just go online, pull up the radar. Pull up the radar. You can see the little splotches and the time periods that you have to work with, to avoid the rain. And like you say, the rain's going the other way, man. It's going. Looks like it's going east toward the ocean. So we should be clear.
Yes, sir. They can go ahead and have all that out there on the Atlantic side of things. In the meantime, we are here at the 2023 Cricket SIAC Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Our time is 4:59 at 5 o'clock. In a few seconds, they will be putting the gun up for the first heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles. Already ran down who's in the lanes, but I can go ahead and do it again because we've got just enough time. Malik Collins from Edward Waters in lane 1, Kevin Francis from Benedict in lane 2, Kyron Oden from Central State in lane 3, Sharif Knowles from Albany State in lane 4, John Abbott from Spring Hill in lane 5, Jabari Moss from Allen in lane 6, Houston Cole from Morehouse in lane 7, and Christian Sanders from Tuskegee in lane 8, and they are off. Great start by Houston Cole in lane 7.
It's a battle of endurance right here, running these hurdles, man. You don't want to burn yourself out so early in the early going. You got to keep up that speed, keep up that pace, so when you come down that final stretch, you can go ahead and blow everything away.
Absolutely. And let's keep an eye out on lane 2. That is Kevin Francis.
You see, look how he made up that stagger.
Yes, he did. He scored a 54.63 at the USC Open Outdoor Invitational not long ago. And right now, Francis is out in front.
He looks so comfortable coming down the finish line. He looks comfortable running.
He really does. So Francis out in front. And behind Francis, it will be John Abbott from Spring Hill, followed by Sharif Knowles of Albany State. Remember, top 2 finishers in each heat will advance to the championship, and then the next 2 best times will fill out the rest of the field.
Yeah, that was a nice race right there. And people talk about running, do you run stiff, do you run hard, or do you run relaxed? You have your body feel free and relaxed coming down that stretch. I'm not much of a sprinter. Last time I went out into a full sprint, that's when I saw the ice cream man pulling away too fast. So unless they have an ice cream truck on that track, you're not going to see me out there sprinting too hard.
And look, just to make sure, we're actually talking about like the actual ice creams, like your vanillas and your chocolates and strawberries. We're not making reference to the rapper that I grew up listening to in South Louisiana in One Person Miller, a.k.a. Master P.
No, sir. We're talking about the, what do you call it, the Mr. Jingle? I don't know. The Mr. Softy?
Mr. Softy, yeah.
His ice cream truck, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Yep, God, man, you talk about variety. I think I've seen so many different versions of ice cream truck.
Oh, man, a lot of independent entrepreneurs around here, especially in Atlanta. You got guys with the van. They converted the van out, and they have their ice cream trucks. Hey, man.
Absolutely. So, of course, we got the 400-meter hurdles going on, but we also have the beautiful technology of split screens, in which in the top left-hand corner of our screen, we also have the men's shot put going on in the northern portion of the track facility. And also the long jump is taking place as well. What we're going to do is we're going to record that, and we will play that back a little later on. All right, so here is Heat 2. Damian Ross in lane 1 from Kentucky State. Keon Augustin from Edward Waters in lane 2. DeMonte Anderson from lane 3. Jordan Smith from Albany State in 4. Reggie Jones Jr. from Allen in lane 5. Jabon Hayes in lane 6 from Morehouse. And DeAndre White from Tuskegee in lane 7. They're about halfway through it. And one person that's stepping out right now looks to be Keon Augustine from Edward Waters. But now he's trailing Jordan Smith from Albany State. And look at Smith. He is breaking away from the pack slide.
I'm telling you, pulling away.
Look at that ram go all the way. And look at that stride. And now he's going to run it through. It'll be Jordan Smith coming up with the first place finish in this heat. The race for number 2 will go to Keon Augustin, and then DeMonte Anderson from Lane finishes in 3rd place.
That was a hard race by Anderson, finishing in 3rd, because Anderson, as he crossed that the second from the last hurdle, he was about in 5th or 6th place, and he made up a lot of ground to come in there and pick up those points for that 3rd place finish.
Absolutely. So here's what we also have to take a look at. So I'm looking at the from Heat 1. For instance, from Benedict was able to get a 54.95. Abbott from Spring Hill, he got 55.70. So those are going to be the times you're going to be looking to beat if you just completed this past race, or also shooting for in this upcoming 3rd race. So let's take a look at the competitors in Heat 3 of 3 of the prelims. In lane 1, it'll be Fort Valley State's Andre Milner. In lane 2, it'll be Quincy Harris from Benedict. In lane 3, Brogan Corta from Morehouse. In lane 4, Roderick Walls from Kentucky State. In lane 5, Nazavian Thompson from Savannah State. In lane 6, Javon Hutchinson from Albany State. And in lane 7, it'll be Terrence Gaucher from Edward Waters. Both Gaucher and Harris had their best qualifying times of the year over at the USC Open Outdoor Invitational, while Andre Milner got his best time of the year right here in the same city at Clark Atlanta's Panther Invitational.
And you know what? The crowd started coming in a little bit after the rain. Crowd started to pick up a little bit. That's all you needed. You needed that rain to go away, so now you can have some more spectators out here, and they're making some noise.
Agreed. Spectators always make the spectacle even better. And spectators can be family, they can be friends, they could be schoolmates, or my favorite spectators when I was running were my teammates.
Yeah. That cheering squad are the guys you got to ride back on the bus with.
Agreed. So, you want to go ahead and, cheer your teammates on, because remember, just how you're trying to get out there and get points for your team, your teammates are doing the same thing when you're not in action. So it goes full circle.
It's funny, track is an individual sport. It's an individual sport, but it's an individual sport for the overall good of your team.
Yes, sir. The gun is up, and now they are off. They're coming around that first turn, and let's keep an eye out right there in the center on Quincy Harris from Benedict. But man, in front of Quincy Harris, you got Brogan Corta from Morehouse, and he is rolling out in front. But I think right now you're getting down that back stretch, Sly, and this is where that endurance is going to really kick in for someone.
I tell you, look out for lane number 4 right there. Or maybe that's lane 5. My eyes are old. I can't, but I think it's lane 4. Look at him making up the stagger, and now he's all the way in 2nd place. That's lane 3. I'm sorry, lane 3.
Lane 3. We got Brogan Corta, the hometown guy from Morehouse, but in front of him is Javon Hutchinson from Albany State. Hutchinson going over the final hurdle. It'll be Hutchinson. It'll be Brogan Corta, and Hutchinson will just eke it out for the victory in the final prelim. He eked it out right over Brogan Corta of Morehouse College.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just, when you jump out into the lead that early going, as a hurdler, as a sprinter, I want to get you because you ran the 400. Do you want to get the early lead and try to maintain the lead, or do you want to work from behind and try to kick it in that last little bit?
I was more of a guy who tried to work from behind and kind of feed off of the field, and then because I was such a great sprinter as well, that by the time I got that last 120, 115, I'm on that straightaway, I'm thinking to myself, all right, I'm going to give it my everything, and nobody can beat me in that last stretch or whatever. But one thing I can say is that when I went against better competition, they were trying to make me run their race. Then that kind of took me out of their race because guess what? They were jumping out. And then I'm trying to get at the end. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to push it. But lots of times that wasn't always the case. So, yeah, anything 400 related, you really do have to run your race. It's just whatever fits you for the best.
Gotcha. Makes so much sense. That's why you like to have an expert in the field. He's the expert. I'm the good-looking guy. That's how that team works.
All right. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. All right, so with that being said, we will have our finals on Saturday, and in just a few moments, we'll be able to find out who will advance along with the top two finishers. Because remember, it's top two finishers in every preliminary heat, and then the two next best times. And thanks to the magic of technology, here are going to be your finalists. So Jordan Smith was the overall winner with a 53.6. Kevin Francis from Benedict, and I say overall winner, I should be saying top time going into the finals. Kevin Francis from Benedict, he had 54.95. John Abbott from Spring Hill, 55.70. Javon Hutchinson, who we just saw, 56.16. And we'll get back to those results in just a second because the women are now coming up. In lane 1, Malachi Abney from Clark, Atlanta. In lane 2, Brianna Graham from Kentucky State. In lane 3, it'll be Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee. In lane 4, Sanaya Masalan from Benedict. In lane 5, we've got Janiyah Harris from Albany State. In lane 6, Kayla Houston from Central State. And in lane 7, it'll be Fort Valley State's Tatiana Tucker. All right, so they've run their first curve, and now they're coming around in that straightaway.
And see, look how lane number 3 is pulling up right there. Just totally closed out the stagger lane number 3 did. And look how she's pushing on that inside.
That's Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee. Her best time coming this year at the Mississippi State Bulldog Relays. We're all coming around in the final 150 meters. And out in front is in lane 6. And that's Central State's Kayla Houston. She went 104.41 at the Hilltopper invite for West Kentucky. And Houston is just out in front. She will take first place, and we almost had a disaster in lane 3 with Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee, but she was able to get over the bar and get second place to qualify for Saturday's final.
I tell you, man, she stumbled on that last hurdle. It hit her, and it hit her hard as she was coming over that last hurdle, but she still managed to push through those last, what was that, about 75 yards, 50 yards, those last 50 yards. She's pushing through. That's a tough move right there.
Yeah, that last 45 to 50 yards, or 45 to 40 yards, depends on whenever you actually take off and hit your jump, can be something else. Because that finish line is about a few yards into the end zone if you go straight across.
All right.
In that straightaway. So we're getting ready for heat 2 of 3 in the women's 400-meter hurdles. In lane 2, it'll be Satiana Freeman from Benedict. Her best time coming at the USC Open Outdoor in 2023. In lane 3, it will be Fort Valley State's Jalen Rivers. In lane 4, Janice Pitts from Central State. In lane 5, Talia Mora from Allen. In lane 6, Nathalia Rowe from Albany State. And in lane 7, Kajia Wilson from Tuskegee.
Albany State, Natalia Rowe.
Natalia Rowe, we actually saw in action right here on the Black College Sports Network, her best time of the season and our best qualifying time of the season coming right here at the Morehouse Relays about a month ago. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye out on her to see if she can duplicate her best time. She has the lowest time coming in to this prelim. And then looking across the board, she has the second best time overall. Only behind Megan Thompson from Benedict, who we will see in Heat 3. All right, the gun is up, Sly. Up, and they put it back down.
You know, that's got to be terrible for the runners.
Now they put it back up, and now it's off.
But, you know, we talked about teamwork and how even though it's an individual sport, you still have your team cheering you on.
Yes.
When each of these runners took off, you could see their team around the track cheering each individual runners on as they go, man.
Keep an eye out on lane 2. That is Santiana Freeman from Benedict. She's already passed up Jalen Rivers from Fort Valley State. This final curve will determine a lot. As we mentioned, Natalia Rowe from Albany State appears to be way out in front.
Yeah, she's cruising on this one. She's cruising down the line. And you can see the Albany State gathering around the 30-yard line cheering along.
Yes, you do see her. So Natalia Rowe will run away with the victory in this prelim as she heads over to the finish line. She will cross with a time of 102.7.
And look at that battle for third place coming in there. Look how she's breaking. Benedict is breaking ahead to come in and pick up those third place points.
Talia Mora from Allen picking up second place. And as you mentioned, Santiana Freeman from Benedict picking up third place. Remember, top 2 advance to the championship, and then the next 2 best times advance to the championship as well. So that's why you saw somebody like Freeman from Benedict trying to get down the track as quickly as she can so she can start to stay in the mix. As we mentioned before, Natalia Rowe coming up with the victory in that preliminary heat. She will advance to the championships.
Please come to the 50-yard line for the trophy or the medal presentation. Again.
So let's get ready for Heat 3 of the women's 400-meter hurdles. In lane 2, Shekinah Rachel from Fort Valley State. From lane 3, it'll be Tamia Priolu from Kentucky State. In lane 4, Tylani Bailey from Albany State. Jayla Hartley Scott from Clark Atlanta will be in lane 5. Megan Thompson will be in lane 6 from Benedict. And Ayanna Taylor from Allen will be in lane 7. The best time qualifying for this heat comes from Megan Thompson of Benedict. She scored a 1 minute, 1 second at the USC Open Outdoor in 2023. She had the best overall time when it comes to qualifications at the SIAC this year coming into today's meet.
And you know, I like the dance, the little delicate balance that everybody does, getting down in the blocks, getting ready.
Yeah, I think that's more of, you get the blood flowing for like the last time before you get into the blocks, and then you go ahead and you take off. The gun is up, and we are good to go in the final heat of the women's 400-meter hurdles. And look at this, out in front right now. It appears to be Megan Thompson of Benedict. We talked about how she had the best time qualifying wise coming into today's event.
And now this is when we find out what you're made of right now. She jumps out ahead in front of everybody. You know, she's a good 20 yards in front. Can she maintain this pace? Can she maintain that distance in front of her? And, oh, my goodness, you have one but run into the hurdle.
That's never a good thing. But a good thing going on right now for Megan Thompson. Thompson, the Lady Tiger from Benedict, clearing her second to last hurdle. And look at the distance she's got between her and second place. At this point, I think she's really just trying to just get to the finish line, knowing that she has not only a great time, but she'll be in a very good position to qualify. She crosses at 1.61. In lane 2 now will be Tamia Prelo from Kentucky State, who will get the second place. And in third place will be Jayla Hartley Scott from Clark, Atlanta. So advancing on will be Megan Thompson and also Tamia Prelo from this heat. So they get the automatic qualifiers, and following that, we'll find out who the last 2 times will be going into that final on Saturday. So coming up after this, we will switch things over and we'll cut this field into half, literally. Because we're going from the 400 to the 200.
Yes.
200-meter dash coming up in just a few moments. But as they get ready to go ahead and get that set up, I'd be remiss if I did not come out and tell you the final results for the men's 400-meter hurdles. Best time going into Saturday will be Jordan Smith from Albany State, 53.6. Kevin Francis, 54.95. John Abbott, Spring Hill, 55.70. Javon Hutchinson from Albany State, 56.16. Keon Augustin from Edward Waters, 56.29. And Brogan Corta from Morehouse, 56.45. In 7th place, DeMonte Anderson from Lane, 56.69. And in 8th place will be Sharif Knowles, 56.81. That will be your field on Saturday for the men's 400 hurdle championship. And Sly, when I take a look at the field, there's not much separation between the first place and the 4th place guy. We're looking at 56.6 and 55.7 between 1 and 4.
Yeah, you have guys. This is the cream of the crop right here. These are the guys, they've been topping the conference all year long. They've been winning a lot of these individual meets. They've been placing a lot of these individual meets, and they're putting out their best times, fastest times. So now when we make it to the championship, hey, you don't expect much separation, and these things should be so tight. They should be so intense and just hardcore coming down toward the end.
Absolutely, and we do have the finals for the women's 400-meter hurdles right here in front of us. I will share that with you in just a second. I think so. As we take a look back at the track, I thought we were going from the 400-meter hurdles to the 200, but we may be going to the 10,000.
Yep, they're clearing the hurdles on off the field. Yeah, when everybody starts on that starting line right there, that's one of those long distance races right there.
All right, so once they get all that cleared, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and just take some time to talk about the 400-meter women's hurdle results. Here's your top 8 that will compete for a championship on Saturday. The results are as follows. Natalia Rowe from Albany State had the best time, 1 minute, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2.7 seconds. Kayla Houston from Central State, 105.54. Megan Thompson from Benedict, who was running away from the field and actually kind of let up at the end. She only had 106.23. I'm sure it's going to be much lower once she's in a more competitive field. Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee, 109.30. Talia Mora from Allen, 109.55. Sanaya Mesilan from Benedict, 109.97. And rounding up the field will be Janice Pitts from Central State, 111.32. That will be your final. Those 8 young ladies will compete for a gold medal and the right to be called the 400-meter women's hurdle champion on Saturday.
You know, that is such a huge thing, you know, when you win that individual award, when you're called champion, you know, 20 years from now, you're going to look back, you're going to be able to go into that gym, see your name up there in that rafter, say you won, you were a part of this winning team. Hey, huge thing.
Absolutely. So looks like we've got the gun up, and we've got a nice long distance race coming up right now, Sly. You ready for the haul of this?
I tell you, and, you know, once again, my favorite part about this race, it doesn't matter who wins in my book. In my book, it doesn't matter who wins.
But you want to see those two at the end.
I want to see the two at the end fighting not to come in last.
I got you.
And now this is an interesting viewpoint for the guy in the back right there. You know, he's about 20 yards behind everybody taking a leisurely stroll. So my thing is, when do you make up that distance? And the guy out front, you know, he's 10 yards in front of everybody. Is he going too fast? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in the middle of the pack right now?
That's a good question. That is a very, very, very good question.
Because I'm going to be honest, I've never ran 10,000 meters a day in my life.
No, me neither. Me neither. Not consecutively.
I try to get 10,000 steps a day. That's about for the whole day, not for one event.
No, I am with you on that. All right, so this is the men's 10,000 meter. Let's tell you who's in the field. Donald Kibet from Benedict. He had a best qualifying time of 29 minutes, 41.06 seconds. Brian Kimmel, the hometown guy of Morehouse, he had a qualifying time of 31 minutes, 1.29 seconds. Then Hillary Kipkogee from Morehouse, 31 minutes, 10 seconds even, 31:10. Nelson Kipkambi from Benedict, 32 minutes, 23.97 seconds. Ronnie Kipperoni from Morehouse, 33 minutes, 16.51 seconds. Ryusi Takahashi, 35 minutes, 29 seconds even. Then we also have Sakuraj Sanhyu from Central State and Kevin Hicks from Lane.
And now you wonder about the communication going on with the teamwork. You know, you see the teams, how they're working together, you know, kind of drafting off of each other to try to finish this race out.
Yes, sir. All right, so.
And I'm still kind of curious about, he's definitely not anywhere in our screen right now, but our man in the back of the pack back there, he's about 300 yards back, at least 200 yards back.
Definitely at least 200 yards for sure.
Let's see if they both hit the 50 at the same time. Yeah, give him about 210 yards back.
Now, here's the key.
Here's his strategy.
The key number is 25, Sly. 25 times around the Yeah, 25 times around the track is what it's the goal to do.
Yeah, I tell you what. It's a lot of movement going on around here. You know, you got the athletes out here. One thing, you don't have the big cheering section out here, the teammates cheering this one on it.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think they may have looked at this and been like, okay, you know what, let's go back and go keep ourselves warm. I mean, there were a lot of the teams that were underneath the stadium, bundled up. You know, they were all bundled up, and I get it. I do get it. It's a long race. It's going to be a long race, but it'll be a good one for sure. So as we talked about earlier, this is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships for men's and women's. Mo Carter and Sly Williams on the broadcast. We represent the Black College Sports Network. We want to thank the SIAC for providing us an opportunity to call today's track meet. We want to thank the front office for allowing us to create this partnership that'll not only be taken care of throughout this weekend with this particular event, but another thing we've got going on next week will be the softball championships, which will begin on Tuesday, and then the baseball championships will also begin later on in that week, and we will be down in the southern part of Georgia. We'll be in the southern part of Georgia for that event. So can't wait to bring that to you next week. But in the meantime, we are here at the Edwin Moses Track and Field Complex in Atlanta, Georgia, on the campus of Morehouse College. So we've seen the top portion of the field complete 3 laps already, 22 laps to go. 22 laps to go, and it's still a pretty competitive field right now. We've got 5 guys trying to be in one pack and seeing who will be the person to break out of the pack. We expect them to kind of remain in this pack for a good while as they now have 20 laps to go.
All right, zoom out a little bit on your what you call it? Yeah, that's good.
Right there in the middle, we've got Nelson Kipakamboy from Benedict, along with Ryusi Takahashi from both from Benedict, leading the field right now. Also in the mix appears to be Brian Kimmy from Morehouse and Hillary Kepkaji from Morehouse in that pack. So right now, they're coming down the stretch in which they will have now completed 5 laps. And with them completing 5 laps now, we've got 19 to go, Sly.
I tell you, it's interesting. I was talking to Tatiana, the SID from Morehouse. She was just telling me some interesting stats. Brian Kimmy, guy out there in the lead for Morehouse, well, he's in second place now. He broke his own personal Morehouse record. He set the Morehouse record and then broke it again in Myrtle Beach earlier with a time of 31.1. 31 minutes and 1 second. I'm out of breath just running over to the press box. I hadn't even ran 10,000 meters yet.
But look, these guys were built to do that for sure. One thing I can also tell you as well as we take a look at the split screen right now, we still have the 10,000 meters going on, but also you will have the long jump taking place. And then in the far corner, we still have the shot put going on as well.
All right, here's my favorite moment of the meet coming up right now. The leader's about to lap somebody.
And actually, the leader's about to lap him for the second time, if I'm not mistaken. So right now, those leaders are Donald Kibet from Benedict, Nelson Kipkoiboy from Benedict, and then Brian Kimmy from Morehouse, and Hillary Kipkoji from Morehouse. So right now, Sly, it's safe to say that it's either going to be Morehouse or Benedict coming in these top spots.
Unless something very tragic happens on the track. Shout out to Dennis Switzer, the AD over there at Benedict. I know he's checking us out, checking out the track. I'm going to have to hit Dennis up, see if Dennis has any tidbits Benedict track team he wants to put out there. You know, shout out to all the SIDs and the SIC. I'm sorry, the SIAC conference. You know, they have a hard job. You know, it's their job to kind of get out information to all us announcers and stuff like that, and keep those Instagram and Twitter pages updated. That is a tough job the SIDs have.
Extremely tough job, but I've always appreciated having good SIDs through the years and the number of locations I've been able to work at as a television sports anchor. There's too many of y'all for me to go ahead and give shout-outs to, but you know who you are. So, but yeah, those guys do a very great job. And I'll be honest with you, it's a job I don't think I'd be able to do. I mean, it's just a lot. I mean, clearly, because you have to have notes on every single contestant, every single team, every single this. You know, you got to work with some media folks that may not be media friendly, if you know what I mean. And,
exactly.
You know,
some of these coaches don't believe in the media.
No, not at all. Not at all. So, yeah, the SID's job, very, very tough, but I will also say that I appreciate the good ones I've been able to work with through the years. So, shout out to you guys. As we continue to roll on, it now has become more so a three-person race with Donald Kibet from Benedict and Nelson Kipkoiboy from Benedict, and then Brian Kimmy, who looks to appear to take the lead now.
Yeah, it's going to be a back and forth between those two. I mean, between those four. Well, it's down to three now.
Yeah, it's down to three. Down to three. It appears that Hillary Kepkoji from Morehouse has falling back just a little bit. But then maybe that's his plan.
I don't know. It looks like he's running out of gas over there.
Well, look, he got 15 laps to go, Sly. So he's got 15 laps to go. And in the meantime, we kind of go into a split screen here. You can see the long jump on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, you can kind of see where majority of the action is going on, where you have parts of the 10,000 coming up on the track. You will also have the long jump in the center ground, and then in the background, you've got the shot put.
Mm-hmm. Full day here at the Track and Field Championships.
Correct, and we are nowhere close to being done.
No.
Which is actually not a bad thing, man, because, I mean, we still got the women's 10,000. We still have the preliminaries for the men and women 200. We've got the prelims for the men's and women's 800. And then we've got the 4x100 meter relay, which I think will wrap up tonight's broadcast. So we get to see who's the fast dogs.
Now let me throw something at you. I'm gonna throw something at you for Sly's radical way of thinking. Now, for the 10,000 meter run, should that be an event that's kind of like the marathon? Should it be something that's ran outside of the track and then you run those last 3 or 4 laps inside of the track? Let's say, you're on the beautiful Morehouse campus. Let's say you start down on the south end of the campus and you make your way running around the perimeter of Morehouse and then run through Spelman and run through Clark, Atlanta, and then you finish up on the track. You think that should be something that should happen?
I like the idea of it. I mean, you're almost making it sound like a cross-country meet at that point, though. Because, I mean, a lot of cross-country meets are actually set up like that, where they're running through a central location and then you have them most of the time finishing on the track or finishing on a straightaway, just depending on the area and location. But I'm on to what you're saying about that, Sly. I think that actually would be pretty cool, but clearly you have to measure this correctly. I mean, I don't know if you need mathematicians to get out there and measure that. Do you need engineers to get out there and measure that, or do you need track coaches to get out there and measure that?
Just go out there with one of those rolling wheels.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Those rolling wheels and check it out that way.
That is true too. Or I don't know, maybe what if I just took my phone and just said, "Hey Siri, measure how many steps and feet I'm about to go here."
My goodness, yeah, go and convert it into mileage. You get it.
Strange. I said, "Hey Siri," and my phone didn't even come on just now.
Siri knew you wasn't serious. They knew you wasn't serious.
I guess that is the case.
All right. Looks like they're about to lap somebody else coming up here.
Yes, sir. And actually, that's the other Morehouse product, and that's Hillary Kipkoji.
Kipkoji was he wasn't the guy in fourth. It was the other guy who was in fourth.
Oh, excuse me. They are lapping Ronnie Kiparano. Kipkoji is still in fourth. Yep. There he is, right there, coming up past the 50-yard line, where it says Edwin C. Moses Track.
He just lapped the guy, and you still got my man in the back right there in all black. I don't know his name, but he's still pushing along.
You're talking about Kevin Hicks from Lane.
I'm going to be honest, Kevin Hicks, if you look at everybody else, all the other sprinters on the track, they're all real slender guys. Not sprinters, all the long-distance runners, they're all real slender guys. Kevin Hicks does not have the body of a long-distance runner. He does
not have the typical long-distance running body. But he is in pretty good shape, though. I will give him that, at least from my vantage point.
He definitely run a lot farther and longer than me. Hey, but what did you say earlier about run your race? He is running his race.
He is definitely running his race, and he's getting ready to get lapped by Brian Kimmy, Donald Kibet, and also Nelson Kipkoibi. Nelson Kipkimboy. And we almost had a collision there.
Yeah, young man. And the thing is, it was in the long jump. Young man did not stick the landing. I think he got a fault on the long jump, so he decided not to land, and he almost ran into one of the long distance runners.
That would have been a first for me to see in that situation, because then how do you rule that?
Well, he already got a fault on the jump.
Yeah.
But then if he knocks out a runner, yes, he just knocks one out.
Well, and that's the thing. He would have probably knocked out three, because those guys are in the pack that he almost hit.
Oh, man, that would have been disaster. Maybe Kevin Hicks would have had a chance. That's what they needed for Hicks.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
We need to check and see if that guy's from Lane.
I think he was a Benedict guy, because he's wearing the gold top, and that's been Benedict's uniform.
Mm-hmm.
So he could have been aiming for the Morehouse guy to let his teammates get out in front. All right, we're down to 11 laps to go. So we're beyond the halfway point, approaching the 18-minute mark.
Just moving on along, man.
Yes, sir, we are. Yes, sir, we are.
But I do like the fact that the rain has gone away, because, boy, this would be miserable if you were one of those runners.
Look, it was miserable this morning, I'll tell you that. Luckily, we didn't have long distance decathlon and heptathlon, but it was playing a factor today for sure.
But imagine, though, if you're one of those kids and you got to run these 10,000 meters in that misty rain or that little rain coming down, makes you go and say, hey, when does indoor track season start?
I know, right? And then somebody be like, later this year. Keyword, later. Later this year. So right now, we've got the split screen going on. As we mentioned earlier, we do have the shot put for the men taking place on your right side, and you will also see on the left side of the viewing screen, we've got more from the long jump for the women. And right on the track, it continues to be a three-person race between Donald Kibet from Benedict, Brian Kimmy from Morehouse, and Nelson Kipkimboy from Benedict.
I wonder how does the communication work down there with your running, because what I noticed, the one Benedict runner kind of passed the Morehouse runner on the inside, and the Morehouse runner kind of slid over, and it seems like he let him pass. I wonder if they're talking like, hey, on your right, on your left, coming up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a strategy. I mean, I had some good friends who actually did run the long distance stuff in high school, and I remember asking them about that and said, yeah, most of the time they communicate by either on your left, on your right, and basically by communicating that way, it allows you, if you're behind, to pass them up and keep your stride going, or if you're in front but you know your stride may be broken if you make a sudden move and they know they're coming up on your right side or on your left side. Most time it's on your right because it's easier to go on the outside than what it is to come on the inside, because you run the risk of stepping out of bounds.
Now they're coming up on Hicks. All of them decide to run on the outside of Hicks.
Yes, they are.
Hicks is not moving off of his line.
Nope. And see, that's an easier situation for them to go around on the right side as they approach 9 laps to go. And we're now at the 20-minute mark. We're now at the 20-minute mark. So, yeah. So we got a lot of good things going on. As I mentioned on the screen right now, you're seeing the shot put to the right, and we also have the long jump on the left. When we get down to about maybe 5 or 6 laps, we'll get back to you on the leaders in the 10,000. And also, kudos to the SIAC officials that actually took our idea and actually, ran with it and said, hey, let's bump up the 10,000.
Yeah.
Add a little bit more excitement to the middle, and then later on.
Here at the 50-yard line momentarily.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get the big boy out the way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And here's the other thing, too, is that the 10,000 for both the men and the women's today is actually a final.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so somebody will run away with a gold, a silver, and a bronze medal today.
You notice what I just noticed one of the Benedict runners did? He looked down at his watch. So, he's keeping time as he's going. Or maybe he has a hot date afterwards.
I'm going to go ahead and say it was the first one. And the only reason why I know that because I know a lot of people who do that as well.
Yeah, definitely couldn't be me, man. He's out there keeping time. They don't have a sundial. I might use a sundial to keep my time.
Flintstone style, huh?
I tell you. Here's our man Kevin Hicks. Just moseying on along.
Absolutely, man.
Hey, that was one of the lane coaches right there. Got to give him an attaboy. So keep on going.
That is it. Yes, sir. You are correct. So, yeah. As far as the leaders of the pack, they're getting ready to come down the next stretch once again. And it's almost like a two-man race right now between Brian Kimmy of Morehouse and I'm going to say Donald Komet of Benedict at the moment. And coming up the far end will be Nelson Kip Kimboy. So it's coming up the far end, and we'll see how that all plays itself out. In the meantime, 7 laps to go. We've hit the 23-minute mark. Whoa! And somebody just took a tumble in the stands. Looks like he's okay, though.
He's tough. Tough little kid. He'll be all right.
Yeah. Looks like he's just trying to, get the shade of embarrassment off right now.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. Just being embarrassed, falling down those stairs.
Agreed. And actually, there's a Kentucky State player that's going over to check him out right now.
Yeah, he fell in front of a couple of little girls. I don't know.
Yeah, hey.
That might have hurt his pride more than anything.
For real. Now, looks like he's holding like part of his wrist or arm or something like that, so that also may be hurt. But yeah, pride for sure. But yeah, kudos to this Kentucky State runner or student athlete. I don't know if he runs jumps or does something else, but kudos to him for helping out that young man. 6 laps to go, Sly. 6 laps to go.
I tell you, they keep on moving through, pushing on through.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Sly, let me go ahead and ask you, man, while we got some time. Are you a fan of the television show either All American or All American Homecoming?
You know what? I watched the first 2 seasons of All American, and I kind of just fell off. I hadn't watched anything since, so I don't know what happened after his dad came back.
Gotcha.
That's where I'm at. I don't know what his real name is, but I call him Cuddy from The Wire. His dad was Cuddy from The Wire.
Oh yeah, sure was. Corey James is his actual name on the show.
I'm a huge Wire fan, so I call, no matter who you are, I call you by your Wire. And I still call Idris Elba, I call him Stringer Bell. So.
Nah, I understand. I think really now we've gotten to a point in life where, you may know the people's real names, but you remember them more so from this or from that. For example, Amari Hardwick will always be James St. Patrick to me.
Forever. and
I don't care if he was an all-SEC academic person who played with Kirby Smart with the Bulldogs in the 90s. He will be James St. Patrick to me.
And every day on St. Patrick's Day, I put up a post. This is the only St. Patrick.
Me too. I do the same thing. And like Stars a few years ago, they posted something that was like Happy St. Patrick's Day, and all it is just James St. Patrick just standing there in front of Truth. And now it comes up on memory, so I just reshare it every year.
Every year.
I just reshare it every year. But yeah, man, like he will always be James St. Patrick. His son will always be Tariq to me.
Forever.
And then Tommy will always be Tommy.
He'll always be Tommy.
Yep.
We got some distance now between 1 and 2. Benedict, young man from Benedict, is pulling on away.
Yes, sir. That is Donald Cabet from Benedict. He's now got 4 laps to go, right in front of Brian Kimmy from Morehouse.
So he's got about 50 yards in front of Kimmy.
Oh. But look, going back on All-American, look, I'll say this. I mean, when you get a chance to binge some things, it got quite interesting the next couple of seasons for one, and then the spinoff that was created from it with I'm trying to think, would she have been? I want to say the QB's girlfriend, Simone. I want to say she was introduced in season 2.
Is that the one who had the drinking problem?
No, that was the sister.
That was the sister.
That was the twin sister. That was the twin sister.
Gotcha.
But Jordan, the quarterback, Billy Baker's son, he ended up dating this girl named Simone. Well, Simone becomes the spinoff character for All-American Homecoming at a university that is quote unquote based in Atlanta, which I find very, very interesting. I mean, I love like anything HBCU related or whatever, but I do find it interesting that almost like every HBCU on a TV show minus a different world has basically been in Atlanta.
Exactly.
Minus Hillman, which we technically never really got that true location of it.
That is true. That is true, because we knew it was south of New York because Dwayne was from New York. We knew it wasn't in Virginia because that's where Whitley was from. Whitley was from Virginia, so we knew it wasn't in Virginia.
Yes.
So, but it wasn't a big enough city for it to be in D.C. We knew it wasn't in D.C. I don't know where.
Yeah, I never really knew.
Where was Hillman?
Me neither.
Hey, if anybody's watching right now, for everybody watching, checking us out, if you know where Hillman was. If you know where Hillman was, tweet us. You can tweet me at Sly the Sports Guy. Where can they tweet you at?
They can tweet me at Mo Carter Fox 54 on Twitter, or you can tweet Black College Sports Network at my BCSN #1.
There you go. Tweet us. Let us know.
Let's get interactive with this.
All right, we got some champions going on down here.
Absolutely. So the champions of the shot put, Barnett from Clark, Atlanta, is your champion. And yes, and if you look at the bottom left-hand corner of our screen, you'll be able to take a look at all the champions for the shot put.
There you go. Richardson from Lane was in first. Stewart from Lane second, and Chambers from Benedict.
Yes. Diamond Richardson from Lane and Desiree Stewart from Lane. So they get that 10 points and they get those 8 points. And then Yasmin Chambers from Benedict coming up in third.
Lane Dragons. Lane Dragons in the middle. You know, we were talking about on the last broadcast. It's a lot of tigers in the SI. A lot of cat. The cat family.
That's a lot of cats. The feline family in the SIAC is something else.
It's well represented.
Yes, indeed.
Who do we have? We're at the Maroon home of the Maroon Tigers.
Benedict is the Tigers.
Benedict Tigers. Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Edward Water Tigers. Savannah State Tigers. Who else? Albany State? No, they're the Rams.
They're the Rams. Fort
Valley
Valley
Wildcats. That's 7 cat family.
Let's see. And then if you stay in the forest and the jungle, Miles is the Golden Bears.
Well, what about Memphis? What's
Lane? Oh no, Lemoyne Owen.
What's
They're the Magicians.
Magicians. Okay. Spring Hill? No, Spring Hill. They aren't Tigers.
Spring Hill
Badgers. Spring Hill Badgers. Okay.
I mean,
well, we have 7 Tigers. 7 out of 15. 7 Tigers out of 15. A lot of Tigers.
Correct. All right. So here we go, Sly. We are down to almost the final lap. And right now, it is a 2-man. No, actually, it's more of a 1-man race.
More of a 1-man race. Here you go. There's your
bell.
There's your bell.
There's that bell. That's got to be a good feeling. Yep, so we got the bell for Donald Kemet from Benedict.
And he has pulled away. You look at him in the bottom of the left, he's pulled away from everybody. He's lapped a few people. You know, wait a minute, this could be the most interesting thing. Now, does he finish the same time Kevin Hicks finishes? I mean, Kevin's a long way from finishing. But will it look like a race between those two?
That is true. So he is coming down the last 150 meters. He's in the curve.
Can he catch Hicks? That's the only question about this race now. Can he catch Hicks and lap Hicks for the 10th time?
Oh no, Hicks is going to get to that line before Donald crosses the line for the final time.
So far as I'm concerned, Hicks won.
All right, so here we go. Donald Kemet crossing the finish line, and he is your champion in the 2023 men's 10,000 meters.
I tell you, man, what a race that young man ran. And now look, here's the next race right here. Those guys coming down for second and third, fighting hard coming down the line right here. Let's see if they can push it over at the end. Look at them coming into your screen and. Oh, my bad. That wasn't second and third. That was just second for
so
Kemet.
That's Brian Kimmy right there from Morehouse. So Kemet will be first. Kimmy will be second. And they came in with the 2 best times qualifying-wise.
Mm-hmm. Now, this will be very interesting because you want everybody to finish the race. But how long do you hold up the rest of the race?
Everybody's going to finish,
But
man.
my question is, do they move the runner to the outside of the track?
No.
Okay.
No, because everybody has to run on the inside. Everybody's got to run on the inside.
Wow.
So, yep, we got to run it, man. We got to run it. Yep, we have to run it. Why do you think the Olympics is so spread out when it comes to track and field events, man? That's the main reason why. With all those people from all those different countries.
But you would think, though, in the Olympics, though, it would be a lot closer. You wouldn't have that wide of a gap.
No, I ain't saying all that.
Oh, for real?
I ain't saying all that. See, we were talking about this earlier. We were talking about how, NBC, before we talk about that, let's give another finisher right here. This will be Nelson Kipkemboy from Benedict. Looks like he'll pick up 3rd place. But, yeah, we were talking about how we will see track meets on NBC and we'll see this and see that. Well, when the Olympics come around, you need to utilize all your different NBC channels. So at the time, regular NBC Sports, Universal Sports, USA, Peacock. Like, it's literally all over the network. So I remember clicking through Peacock one day, and I'm like, oh, this. Like, they had so many different qualifiers for just track and field going on with different camera angles. So I'd have to think that's the case for track and field. That's probably the case for swimming. That's probably the case for what's some other random archery. That's probably another one.
Wait a minute, it's a guy on the track run. I don't think he can be on the track running at the same time. I wonder if that an official.
I'm trying to see if that's an official or a coach. Okay, that's one of the coaches as Hillary Kipkoji from Morehouse. Crosses the line. He'll pick up fourth.
Tamia Priolo from Central State. Flo Amadeo from Lemoyne on. Katrina Rogers. And from Fort Valley State, Brianna Madison.
They are still pushing along.
Yes, sir. They're grinding it. Definitely are grinding it out. But yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, you know, with the stuff with All-American, yes, Simone, which was one of Jordan's girlfriends, she ends up playing tennis, becomes really, really good in tennis, and her aunt was a professor at a university in Atlanta, which happened to be an HBCU, and there's a crossover episode. There's a crossover episode, and so shout out to Charles McNeil. He says that there was a real Hillman College that was a women's college in Clinton, Mississippi that existed from 1853 to 1942. It was originally called Central Female Institute, renamed Hillman College in 1891, organized by the Central Baptist Association. Okay, so hey, Charles ain't wrong.
Shout out to the Mac Daddy, Charles McNeil.
Exactly. So Charles McNeil comes through and like now a different world version of Hillman College, fictional black college. They're saying in the state of Virginia. The exact location never revealed, but it was alluded to halfway between Richmond and Hampton Roads.
Shout out to the Mac Daddy. You know Charles does it makes sense that Charles would know this, because I remember Charles telling me one time he does a big trivia. A family trivia thing. It makes sense that he would be the one. Now, I'm going to give Charles the vote as maybe one of the most interesting men in the world.
Okay.
We were riding from Augusta to Columbia to do a Benedict game, and Charles said he actually got to really, really know James Brown. He knew, Mr. Brown. He got to know Mr. Brown, and Charles is from upstate New York, and his dad ran a club, and he got to see a lot of the big-time acts growing up. Charles might be one of the most interesting men in the world.
Okay. Well,
thank you, Charles.
Appreciate you, Charles. With that being said, Roy, our boss man who's standing right behind us, that might sound like a little expose during the off season. We might have to jump on.
I'm telling you,
Charles McNeil tells it all.
Representing Edward Waters.
Yeah, story time with y'all. That sounds a little bit better.
From Central State, Jeremiah.
But yeah, as I mentioned with All-American Homecoming, yeah, Simone Hicks, who was Jordan's girlfriend, she starts playing tennis, becomes real, real good, and then there's a backdoor pilot on one of the All-American episodes where they actually go on spring break and go to Atlanta, and it's like the whole crew. And as she goes over there, she runs into her aunt, who eventually was a professor and eventually became the president of the university at Princeton University in Atlanta, which is an HBCU. And you know, as a HBCU grad, of course, I will judge these shows hard on what they do content-wise, and I will give them the props. Whoever they hired, writers-wise, to do this, they've done a better job than some of the other things I've seen in the past. You know, there are a few things, like, for instance, I'm still waiting for that episode where they sit in financial aid for like 3 days. I'm still waiting for that episode. But besides that, you know, everything else is kind of, you know, pretty much on point. You know, they had the Black Lives Matter movement. They've had the situations where there was a person on campus who wanted to be there because their parents went there, their sister went there, their grandparents went there. You know, you have those legacy folks. You also
Rob Hardy.
Mitchell.
Who's Rob Hardy?
From Albany State.
I'm not. When it comes to names of the people up top,
Dante Goshi.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair. Oh, see, look, our producer here, Roy. He manages every time you see him. He's going to throw in something about FAMU or something about Phi Beta Sigma. One of those two.
Yep.
One of those two will always be mentioned. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The quad. See, Mr. Roy Evans will put in something about FAMU or Phi Beta Sigma every time.
Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, my goodness.
Nah, man, you be HBCU proud, and I totally get it. Speaking of HBCU grads, congratulations to Judge Faith Jenkins and her husband Kenny Lattimore. Judge Faith Jenkins, a proud graduate of Southern University's law school. Mm-hmm. They welcomed their first child not long ago.
Okay. She did an interview on the Breakfast Club. I love listening to the Breakfast Club when they give these people backgrounds and stuff. I always knew she was a pretty lady, but I didn't know she was Miss Louisiana.
She was.
Yeah.
She was. And that the money she won from those scholarships allowed her to actually go to college. She was like, I was smart, but like I was in that, she said she was in that threshold where like you could get so much scholarship money, but she still was going to need more. So actually doing pageants allowed her to get more scholarship money. And clearly, you've seen her with her previous syndicated show, Judge Faith, and then she was on Divorce Court, but she stepped away from Divorce Court because, hey, her and Kenny Lattimore want to have a kid.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Talking about the scholarship and her getting money for scholarship money, it's just so important, for people out here, to donate and give back to your college or the United Negro College Fund, to do those things, to give back. And a lot of people, come up with selfish reasons saying, I don't want to donate money to my school because I don't know how they're going to spend that money. But a right that you have, a lot of people don't know, if you give money to your school, you can dictate where that money goes.
Correct. Just do a little research.
Yeah.
See how exactly where it goes to, and you should be A-okay.
So make sure you give back to your school, man. Funding is everything for HBCUs. Having the money, putting money back into the place, because a lot of people brag on, yes, I went to this HBCU. This HBCU changed my life. My school changed my life. Well, what are you doing financially to give back to your HBCU? That's the big question.
Absolutely. No, matter of fact, it's funny you mentioned that. My wife and I, we've been talking about some things, and, she's made donations to the Southern University College of Business. I've made a few donations to the Department of Mass Communications at Stewart Hall, but we want to do a little bit more, and eventually we're going to get around to do it. We actually were in preparations to do some things, and then pandemic happens, and then all of a sudden we welcome our son into the world, so we had to kind of, sit back on that.
Just you got to make sure you give back. That's all. That is my main thing. Make sure you give back to your school. Make sure you support your school, and that's how you can do it, man. To further along your school.
Absolutely. And look, I appreciate the donations you are making, because the donations that go to certain people that you talk about, clearly it'll help them in their lifestyle in more ways than others. So, and hey, I think Hicks wraps up, man.
He finished up?
Yes, I think he did.
43 minutes, man. Good job, Mr. Hicks.
All right. So with that being said, officially the men's 10,000 meter is officially done. And if you enjoyed the men's 10,000, that means you're going to enjoy the women's 10,000 too, right?
There you go.
All right, so let's give you the breakdown of the women's 10,000 meters. Coming in with the best time will be Jane Caboris from Benedict, 41 minutes, 15.4 seconds. She was a medal winner last year.
I think she won last year.
at the 2022 SIAC Championships. In lane 2, it'll be Floma Okomu from Benedict, 43 minutes, 18.36 seconds. Her best time coming at the Electric City Invitational. Where's the Electric City?
I have no idea. We can Google that one.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to Google that one. We'll have enough time to actually Google it as well. Third best time in lane 3 will be Miracle Smith. Let's see what kind of miracles she can maybe able to pull off today. 48 minutes, 40.28 seconds. She was also a medalist last year in the SIAC Championships. Rounding out the field will be Benedict's Purity Kibet, Lane College's Trinity Craft, Clark Atlanta's Aaliyah Jackson, Kentucky State's Molly Steiger, and Fort Valley State's Montana Williams.
In Anderson, South Carolina, at Anderson University, Electric City Invitational.
All right, yeah, I've heard of Anderson before.
It's Molly Steiger. And from Fort Valley State, Montana Williams.
So we're just waiting for the field to get into place, and we'll get that gun up.
She came in 7th place in the Electric City. You know, I've lived in South Carolina my whole life, and I've never heard anybody refer to Anderson as the Electric City. Guess that might be a new thing.
It may be. I mean, well, with that being said, I also wonder, too, if they're the Electric City, I mean, does that mean that they need to invite Janelle Monáe at some point in time? Because she is the Electric Lady of R&B and pop. I mean,
I'm pretty sure Janelle Monáe has never been by. The closest she may have been to Anderson is riding on I-85 from Charlotte to Atlanta. That may be the closest she's ever been.
And look, if you want to make the college connection, the music video actually had her as a part of a fictional sorority called Electrify Beta. And clearly, she talked to somebody who produced this that has HBCU ties, because it looked like an HBCU house party up in that thing.
Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna tell you, Anderson College is definitely not a HBCU.
I know about Anderson College. I mean, I've seen them play Alabama Huntsville a few times through the years of basketball. And yeah,
and you may have seen the entire African American population of the school on that basketball team.
Yes, sir. All right, so here's the final tally for Benedict. In first place, your winner, Donald Cabet, 32 minutes, 26.96 seconds. In second place, Morehouse's Brian Kimmy, 32 minutes, 51.99 seconds. In third place, Nelson Kipkimboy from Benedict, 34 minutes, 11.17 seconds. In fourth place, Ronnie Kiproni from Morehouse, 35 minutes, 24.9 seconds. And in fifth place, Ryusha Takahashi from Benedict, 37 minutes, 44.20 seconds. And in sixth place, Hillary Kipkoji from Morehouse, 38 minutes, 29.45 seconds. So those are your top 6 as far as individuals who are gaining points for their schools today. And remember, that was a final, so that means that, you know, some people are starting to get some points today.
There you go, trying to get some points so you can take home the crown for your team.
Absolutely.
Do you get points for 8th place, for final, for the last spot? That's a
10. Hold on. Let me do the math. 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1. No, only the top 6 get
only top 6. Okay.
Yeah, only top 6. Now, if we were in the heptathlon or decathlon, you do get points there, but that point system is completely crazy.
Gotcha.
And you go ahead and you get that. So here we go. 25 laps for these young ladies. They are about 350 meters through the first lap, and they've got 24 to go. As we mentioned, we want to keep an eye out on the young ladies who represent the following colleges: Jane Caboris from Benedict, and also Floma Okomu from Benedict. The Benedict teammates right now out there in front. Clark Atlanta's Miracle Smith, who was a medal winner last year, will try to give them a run as well. Speaking of runs, we're gonna go ahead and run and take a bathroom break and all kind of other breaks and whatnot during this 10,000. We will keep the video streams going so you can check out all the action in various places, which includes the shot put in the top left-hand corner, the women's 10,000 in the bottom left-hand corner, and the long jump for the women in the right. Excuse me, for the men and women in the right-hand corner.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put our producer Roy on the spot for a second. Roy, can I go and play with the camera a little bit? Can I be a cameraman duty on that 10,000 meter camera for a couple of seconds? I have the attention span of a 3-year-old child, so I'll probably do it for about 2 minutes and leave, and then go back, put it back to the original spot. Let me follow some of the runners for a little bit.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that. So we'll take a nice little break. He'll go play with the cameras, and then we will circle back here, and I guess we'll describe what your camera experience is like. I do that on a regular basis with my other 9 to 5, so I'm not doing that in that sense, with that. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a break from the actual talking portion of the broadcast, but the full broadcast will remain right here on Black College Sports Network, the SIAC's YouTube page, and also any other plays that you're paying attention to. The 2023 Cricket SIAC Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Meet live from the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility in Atlanta, Georgia.
Your attention, please. Nelson Kipkenboy, Brian Kamai, and Donald Cabet report to the 50-yard line at this time. The winners of the men's 10,000 meters. We need for you to report Nelson Kipkenboy, Brian Kamai, and Donald Cabet report at this time to the 50-yard line and podium. Thank you.
I got it.
Nelson Kipkemby, Brian Kamai, Donald Cabet, please report at this time to the 50-yard line podium for the medal presentation. attention, please. Brian Kimmy, we need for you to report to the podium at the 50-yard line at this time. Morehouse Colleges, Brian Kimmy, please report now to the 50-yard line podium at this time. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, for your medal presentation of the winners of the men's 10,000 meters of the 2023 Cricket SIAC Track and Field Championships, your bronze medal winner out of Benedict College, Nelson.
Oh, no, I
Kim,
was just playing right on board.
Kim Bui.
I was bored, so I said, let me.
So right now, ladies and gentlemen, as you take a look in the bottom left-hand corner, they are presenting the medals for the men's 10,000 meters. Brian Kimby. Oh, I'm sorry. The bronze medal winner is Nelson Kimboy from Benedict College. Ryan Kimmy from Morehouse is your silver medal winner.
And ladies and gentlemen, your gold medal
And the gold medal winner from Benedict College is Donald
here in
Kimmy.
the SIAC 2023 from Benedict College, Donald Quebec.
So the Tigers take first and third with Morehouse Brian Kimmy taking second. A shot of the gentleman there. Congratulations, gentlemen. And we shall return.
I'm a man of many hats.
Look at you.
I got bored. I need to come outside.
How about a big healthy round of applause for our 10,000 meters winners this evening? Your attention, please. The men's and women's 800 meters participants, along with the men's and women's 4x100 meters. All participants from these two events, the men's and women's 800 meters, as well as the men's and women's 4x100 meters, we need for you all to report to the two tents on the opposite end of the stadium near the Lemoyne-Owen bus. The two blue tents, we need for you all to report to those two pit tents at this time. All men's and women's 800 meters, all men's and women's 4x100 meters, report to the two tents at the south end of the stadium near the Lemoyne-Owen bus. Those two blue tents there. Thank you.
All right, we're getting close to the end. 30, what do we have? 37 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. The leaders have 2 laps to go. Hi, I am Slider Sports Guy Sylvester Williams, picking up in the end. If you can look and you can see here in that top corner, we're following a couple of the runners as we speak, following a couple of runners.
Duke, the one in front of her.
The one in front of her?
Yeah. Yeah, that's her.
Oh, okay.
And here we have it, Jane Caboris from Benedict. She's out in front by a good distance from everybody. Everybody else has about 3 or 4 laps to go, and she's on number 2. Oh, my bad. That is the
Duke, I told you wrong, Duke. It's her. It's her by the high jump. Duke over here by the high jump.
Oh. Her?
Yeah, that's her.
That's Jane Caporis from Benedict. She's on her final lap. Trying to finish things out. And let's see if she can finish it out strong to end it, to get the championship in the 10,000 meters.
I was about to say, man, she's been running long past 1000.
Yes, I'm telling you, 10,000 meters. She's closing in on that last lap right here. And as a matter of fact, Mo, she's kicking into high gear right now. She looked like she found a little bit in the tank.
So you're saying she got a little extra pep in her step is what you're saying?
And if you look, she's close to that time of beating her time from last year.
Absolutely. It actually looks like she's going to eclipse it on this pace right now. We'll see as she's coming down that final stretch.
She has 39 seconds on the clock. 41 was the championship from last year. It is going to be really close.
Yeah, she qualified with 41 minutes. And
that's minutes, not seconds. She blew it out the water.
Absolutely, yeah. Her qualifying time this year was 41 minutes, 15 seconds, and 15.4 seconds. But clearly, she blew that out the water with about a 39-minute 10,000. Jane Caboris, congratulations to you. You are the 2023 SIAC Women's Championship champion.
Yeah, my goodness, man. I'm sitting up here thinking seconds. What? She blew it out of the water, man.
Absolutely, she does. Now, Sly, look, we talked about being interactive with our viewers early on, so I want to go over to the SIAC's YouTube page live and just kind of answer a few things. Vibes with TK asks us about the 200 meters. The original schedule did have for us to be showing the 200 meters not long ago, but then the officials from the SIAC decided to change up the scheduling a tad bit. So the 200 meter dash will be coming up momentarily once we get out of the 10,000 for the women's. Right now, we're scheduled to do the 200 meter and the 800 meter runs coming up very, very soon. So want to let our viewers who are watching live on the YouTube page via SIAC Sports know what is going on and what is going down. Also, Corey Gibson asks, where are the results online? So if you go to the SIAC.com and go to the home page, you will see the first thing on the home page says SIAC Track and Field All Conference Honors Announced. If you hit the right arrow tab, you will see SIAC Announces Track and Field Scheduled Championships. Once you click on that, you'll be able to scroll down and there will be championship info. It'll say when, where, and it'll say live stats. You click that tab that says live results, and you're going to be able to see the live results from today. So I just want to let that information be known to our wonderful viewers who are checking us out online. on the SIAC Sports' YouTube page and also on BCSN's Sports' YouTube page, which rolls through MyJBN1. So once again, congratulations to Jane Kaboris. Once again, getting back-to-back years in which she got a medal in the women's 10,000 meter run.
I want to let everybody know, man. I'm glad you checked that those YouTube comments, man. We give shout-outs on air, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We want to be interactive with the people who are checking out the broadcast. We know you can't be here in person, but this is the next best thing, and we want to let you know how it's going down.
Telford Telford McAllister said, what about the men's shot put? Well, we finished up the shot put. We had it in the top. If you look in the top left corner, that's the shot put pit. That was a little bit earlier. Shot put was a little bit earlier. I guess they're still going on because they still have some of the guys hanging out around Telford. So keep your eye on that top left corner, and you'll see some of the shot putters still hanging around.
And also, Telford, we have to let you know this. There are not live stats going on for the shot put. So because the shot put does not have live stats, we're not getting the information relayed to the press box really until the finalists are up, or really once the event is basically over with. So that's why we can't give you as much information. But in the meantime, yeah, the top left-hand corner is the shot put pit. That's the video we have going on. Unfortunately, they don't have live stats running to us right now for us to give you any additional information going on with that. But what I will tell you is this. Once the finals for the shot put are set and we have our champions crowned, we will let you know who that is, and then they will be over at Victory Road, which is at the 50-yard line. So they'll receive their medals for first, second, and third place, and we will let you know who those individuals are.
I tell you, man, what an accomplishment having these youngsters, man, stand on those podiums to get those medals, man. And, here's the thing, man. You take these medals, you keep them. 20 years from now, you sit down, you're talking to your kids. Yep, I remember that windy day. Now, 20 years from now, the story's going to get better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The story's going to get better. It was 35 degrees in April, and I went out there and I set all type of records.
So you're saying in 20 years we're going to drop 20 degrees?
Oh yeah, exactly. And the time, and they're going to drop about 2 or 3 seconds off that time too in 20 years.
I gotcha. All right, so we just had our second place finisher finish, and that is Jane's teammate Floma Okumo from Benedict. She just finished and wrapped up, and then in third place, a finish is by Miracle Smith from Clark, Atlanta. She also medaled last year as well, so she'll get back-to-back years in which she receives a medal in this competition. Telford McAllister says thanks. He appreciates it.
Hey, man, that's what we're here for. Like I said, man, we give shout-outs here. You can tweet us. Tweet us at MyBCSN1. Or you can tweet me at Sly the Sports Guy. You can tweet Mo at
Mo Carter Fox 54.
There you go. Tweet us, man. Let us know what you think. Let us know how you feel. Who you cheering for? Let us know where you're watching. What part of the world you're watching from, man. This is one of my favorite parts. That interaction, that fan interaction, talking to all the fans, finding out where everybody's from, seeing who's who do you care about? Who do you care about? A lot of kids out here running up. Sorry, not kids, young adults. A lot of young adults out here running. But it might be one of them that you care about.
Absolutely. Scrolling back up, Miss Tracy Brown, she says, let's go Morehouse. But why does it say 2022 volleyball in the live stream title? Yeah, we just talked about that. Apparently, whenever you clear one live stream like we had earlier when we had the decathlon and heptathlon events, that particular URL was connected to that until it was made into a full file. Because we went into another live stream of it, it had to find another open spot in space, which on the SIAC Sports webpage, that happened to be the 2022 Cricket SIAC Volleyball Tournament Semifinals. We're working on getting in contact with our good friend at the SIAC in Miss Tyler Williams to get that corrected coming up. So that's the reason why we have that. And here's another thing too. Believe me, if I had the power to change it, I would change it. But there are certain things that us from the broadcast standpoint, we cannot cross over into the threshold with the SIAC to make that happen.
Hey, we're the good-looking guys. We're not the technical guys. We're just here for good looks.
Absolutely. And just to let you know, the boss man, Roy Evans, can't do it either. So, that's a step above him. So that's the reason why. Nicole McAllister says, shout out to my son, Jai. He's rolling with the men's shot put. Thank you for the live broadcast. She's in Columbia, South Carolina.
Hey, my hometown. Nicole, what part of Columbia you from? What part of Columbia you from? I'm from Columbia, born and raised. Went to the greatest high school in the world in Columbia, South Carolina, Columbia High, the Columbia High Capitals, the greatest high school in the world.
Bernice Haskins says, good luck to my son, Mikael Bridges, and the rest of the Benedict College team. Go Tigers.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and say this must be Go Benedict Tigers. We just had the conversation about how many Tigers are actually in this conference.
It is a lot of Tiger. The Cat family in this conference is well representative. Let's go. You want to go over the list one more time? Who do we have?
Hold on. You know what? Because we were just calling this out earlier.
Let's make sure.
I want to make sure I'm in the right situation.
Okay.
So
McAllister, she's from the northeast side. That's the rich side of Columbia over there. That's where the rich folks stay, in the northeast side of Columbia. Good friends out there, Spring Valley, northeast. I guess now Columbia's so different. Way down Two Notch Road. I wonder if that's the northeast, way down there, that Sand Hills area.
Okay.
All right.
You know it better than me, man.
Oh yeah. Oh man, you get me.
I've been through it only a few times, so
you get me talking about my hometown, man. I'll talk about. Edward Waters. There's another Tigers.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go down. The Cat family.
Let's run down the Cat family in the SIAC. We'll start off with Benedict College. They are the Tigers. Edward Waters are the Tigers. We also have Morehouse College. Right here where we're at today.
The Maroon Tigers. You got to put the maroon on the front now.
Staying in the state of Georgia, Savannah State is the Tigers. And then if you head over west from here and go into Macon County of Alabama, you've got the Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Then keeping with the feline family, right here across the campus, you got Clark Atlanta. They're the Panthers. Let's see. Who else is within the feline family? Fort Valley State. They're the Wildcats. Mm-hmm. And then if you just stay in the jungle, Miles College is a Golden Bear. Spring Hill, they're a Badger. And, so that's about the feline family. So after that, you got Albany State, who are the Golden Rams. Allen University, who are the Yellow Jackets. The Central State University Marauders and Lady Marauders, which I've just come to realize is just another fancy way of saying pirate.
Yep.
From that, they kind of got like the John Lafitte looking, looking logo. Lane College, they're the Dragons. Let's see, Lemoyne Owen, the Magicians. And
my favorite nickname should be coming up.
And who
we did? Kentucky State.
Thoroughbreds and Thoroughbreds.
I did not know the ladies were the Thoroughbreds.
I'm just learning that now. Which means that whenever I call the Miles College versus Kentucky State basketball games, I definitely would say Lady Thoroughbreds.
And that's funny because Benedict used to be the Tigerettes. I know they used to call Benedict the Tigerettes. Who got some more shout-outs out here? We got Edward Waters over here. We got you said Bernice Hatkins in Albany.
Mm-hmm.
Mikael Bridges. Mikael has a couple of supporters out here. Who's that? Dwayne. Okay.
Deborah McAllister says Ridgeview.
Hey, a good friend of mine, Bakari Middleton, went to Ridgeview. Bakari might be a little bit older than Telford. I don't know how old you are, Telford. Bakari might be a little bit older than you. Good friend of mine went to Ridgeview. Duke man.
Dwan E says, special shout out to my HBCU, the Albany State University. And then also Veronica Orgo, shout out to my grandson, Quincy. who's participating with Benedict.
Hey, grandmama supporting her grandbaby. I love it. I love it.
Exactly, man. Look, my grandma was my biggest fan from Pee Wee all the way through high school, bro.
There you go. There you go. Oh, man. You know, blessed to have your family here. You know, good little ride up here. You know, people have to work. You know, you can't make that ride on a Thursday. But, you know, thanks to the people at the Black College Sports Network. Want to give a lot of thanks to Roy and the Black College Sports Network for putting on this event, man, having us out here calling this game. Make sure you go to www.mybcsn1.net. mybcsn.net, mybcsn.net. Make sure you go and check out that webpage, because all you Benedict Tiger fans, we have a Benedict, we do, MyBCSN does all of the Benedict sporting events. Benedict, Miles, Morehouse, Payne College down in Augusta.
Just had an exciting softball game between Payne College and Benedict just the other day.
All right.
Yeah.
Who else? Special announcements. Special announcements coming up. Now, I'm going to say, I can't say it, but some of you people saying go this particular team, pay attention in the next couple of weeks. You will be very happy.
All right, and Dwan E says, thank you for being live, guys.
We appreciate it. Alyssa R. There's a lot of Albany State people out here, man. They support Albany State support. Albany State Benedict. You know, Benedict coming off of that undefeated football season.
Chennis
Berry, man, one of my favorite coaches, man. You guys got to make sure y'all hold on to that guy. I tell you, Chennis Berry, he's the type of guy, he'll have me. I'm an old guy. I played football a long time ago. He'll have me ready to run through a brick wall, man. Chennis Berry is one of the great motivators, great speakers that you'll ever see, man. He has me ready to go and strap it up, play a little bit of football.
Absolutely. Look, so we also want to talk about the connections we have made between Black College Sports Network and the SIAC as we get ready for the 200 meters, which is getting ready to roll in just a second. Of course, we've got the partnership here from a broadcast standpoint with track and field over the next 3 days, technically 2 more full days, because we're almost done with today's route. But then next week, down in the southern portion of Georgia, we will have Albany. I want to make sure I'm saying that right, because I've heard some people tell me I say it wrong. So Albany, they will have and host the softball championships and the baseball championship. Action begins on Tuesday with the softball championships. So you want to check that out right here on the Black College Sports Network and also on the SIAC's YouTube page. All right, so here we go, everyone. We're getting ready to start up the 200-meter dash for the men.
We still got a little bit to go on that 200-meter dash.
Yes, we do have still a runner from the 10,000.
What I recently found out, we can't start the next race until everybody from the 10,000 meters are finished.
Yes, you are correct. Okay, well, with that being said, I can actually give you the results so far with this 10,000 meter. Give you the top 6, give you the folks who have all earned points. So in 6th place was Jane Caboris of Benedict, 45 minutes, 14.6 seconds. In 5th place, Miracle Smith from Clark, Atlanta, 45 minutes and 8 seconds. In 4th place, Montana Williams from Fort Valley State, 44 minutes, 21.6 seconds. In 3rd place, Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta, 43 minutes, 7.28 seconds. Your runner-up was Floma Okumi from Benedict, 42 minutes even. And your 2023 SIAC Women's 10,000 meter champion is Purity Kibet from Benedict, with a time of 41 minutes, 35.33 seconds. Congratulations to all the young ladies who have participated in today's event, and hopefully soon they will be making their way over to the medal stand, and you'll get a good look at those young ladies who competed in the top and finished in the top 3.
A couple of more shout-outs out there. Dana Gilbert saying, let's go Ed. Takesha Mitchell, go Ed. Whoever Ed is very popular. Huh? The family is watching Ed. Now you're saying let's go Ed. Now I'm pretty sure it's more than one Ed out here. So Dana Gilbert and Takesha Mitchell, what Ed are we talking about? Who does he play for?
Yeah. Oh, like what school does he play for? Because I mean, it could be any Ed. It could be Eddie Winslow for the most part.
It could be Edward Waters. You're right.
Exactly.
You got to break down who is Ed. Shout out to Mike Vinson, former Maroon Tiger. From 08 to 12, young guy, who is Zama Rainey.
I'm gonna go with Zamaya.
We'll go with Zamaya. That sounds like it might be.
All right. Zamaya says it's Ed from Albany.
Ed from Albany. Okay. Ed Gilbert. Look at and then Dana Gilbert. I wonder if they're related. Hey man, Ed Gilbert, you better win. I don't know who you are, Ed Gilbert. What are you running? What are you doing, Ed Gilbert? Let us know what event Ed Gilbert's in. You got it's a lot of pressure on Ed Gilbert.
And also Zanae Rainey. So Zamaya Rainey must be definitely related to Zanae Rainey. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's probably her sister.
There you go.
Especially with those names being so close to each other.
Maybe they could be twins.
Maybe so.
No.
Maybe so. All right. So as soon as the final contestant in the women's 10,000 crosses the finish line, they will bring the medal winners up.
This young lady, she is
Yep, and they will receive bronze, silver, and gold.
She is pushing her way on through. Oh yeah, you can tell that she dropped the arms to the side whenever you really tired. Those arms fall to the side instead of being cuffed.
Correct.
But
she never stopped though, man.
She never stopped.
Never stopped.
She kept the legs turning the whole time. She's still going. I'm gonna tell you right now, I can't do it. I make sure I get 10,000 steps a whole day. That is my goal, 10,000 steps a whole day. I don't know about running 10,000 meters. Lorante Jackson says, let's go Romel Russell.
Just let us know who Romel Russell participates with.
Hey, you gotta let us know what team or what school Romel Russell goes to.
Remember, we'll give the shout-outs, but we would love to go ahead and get the name and the school if you're representing or rooting for a student-athlete. If you're just doing the school, then, hey, just give us the school. Because don't say go Tigers, because we just went down the breakdown of how many Tigers are in this conference.
It's a lot of Tigers in this conference. No, she still has a couple of more laps to go. I think she has 3 more to go. It's either 3 or 2.
Yes, sir. So, in the meantime, Takesha Mitchell says, watch out for Ed Gilbert. He's in lane 1 of heat 2 for the 200 meters. We will be keeping an eye out on him as they are setting up the 200-meter dash as we speak. Romel Russell is from Benedict College. All right.
4. Wow.
Yep, Romel Russell is from Benedict College. So, okay.
Well, we're going to have plenty of time for shout-outs.
Yes, we will.
We need some more fan interaction. This young lady has 4 more laps to go, and she's she is moving on along.
Hey, she's making it happen, though, man. She is making it happen. In the meantime, hey, as we mentioned, we want to thank the SIAC for partnering with the Black College Sports Network for allowing us to produce and show you this year's SIAC Outdoor Women's and Men's Track and Field Championship, which is also brought to you by Cricket. Man, Cricket has really been getting in on HBCU sports.
I tell you, man.
I still remember the time when Dr. Charles McClellan, the commissioner of the SWAC, announced that Cricket was going to be, a big sponsor with the championships, and a lot of people laughed because they were like, man, you couldn't get AT&T or you couldn't get Sprint or T-Mobile. And now years later, cricket has continued to be one of the biggest supporters of HBCU athletics. And you talk about how big it is. Oh, cricket's name is only on the Celebration Bowl as well,
Exactly. But, it's a perfect fit for the young college students. Perfect fit. You have your cell phone with your unlimited minutes and unlimited data for the cell phone for the kids. These kids text and TikTok and all that type of stuff, man. Instagram. They do it all. They do it all.
Yes, sir. They really, really do. So the only thing I'll say about cricket, and I was at the SIAC men's and women's basketball championships in Birmingham just last month, basically. Man, they actually had the cricket wireless mascot. The little green-looking thing that looked like it could have been on the Monsters Team movie. And I'll be honest with you, certain things just don't look good in real life.
Yeah.
That thing needed to remain in animation. But, they basically had it helping Brian Hicks of the SWAG office present the trophy to the coach at Southern for women's basketball. And it was one of those things you look down and you're like, what the heck is that?
What is that?
Because I had people tapping me like, do you know what that is? I think it's the cricket wireless.
Check this out. We got a long distance listener. We got somebody on the other side of the United States.
All right, let's go, Makai Evans Bay, from your family here in Inglewood, California.
Inglewood?
West Coast.
Up to no good in Inglewood. Look at you, man, all the way on the other side.
Hey, Dawn E says she is loving the athlete's determinations to finish her race.
There you go, and she is she's determined. she has not stopped.
No, she has not. She has not. In the meantime, as we mentioned, we thank the SIAC for partnering with the Black College Sports Network, and we've got a whole lot of things going, including the rest of the cricket SIAC Track and Field Championships rolling out the rest of tonight, tomorrow, and also on Saturday. Softball, baseball championships down at Albany State next week, starting on Tuesday and running all the way through Sunday. So you do not want to miss the action. And also with the Black College Sports Network, you could catch various sporting events from so many different teams, which include Benedict and Payne and Miles College. Morehouse is another one. Selected Edward Waters games as well. So there's a whole lot of content. And then, of course, there are shows as well. Roy, you got so many shows on this network now, man.
It's a lot on the Black College Sports Network.
It is, including inside the HBCU Sports Lab with the Dean of HBCU Sports, Dr. Kenyatta Conville, along with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop, which is actually airing right now. Should be airing right now. It's kind of hard for me to be like, go check them out, because I don't want people to leave us.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm selfish.
Absolutely. But yeah, we've got you literally have that. The ONG Strike Zone show for all the FAMU rattlers out there. The Carlos Brown show.
What's the young ladies on? They have their show. Okay. There you go. Hey, let me ask you a question. Tracy Brown out there in Inglewood. What's the weather like in California right now, man? We're about 50 degrees and cloudy over here in Atlanta. What's the weather like out there in La La Land right now? I'm from South Carolina originally. I don't have any idea what is Inglewood close to the beach?
Oh yeah, Inglewood's close to the beach.
Inglewood's close to the beach.
Yeah, anywhere in that Los Angeles area, you're not far away from the beach. They're not like on the coast, but it's not far.
Mm-hmm. You spent a little bit of time out there, right?
I spent some time. My uncle was in the military. He was based in San Diego, but every time I visited him, for some reason, we ended up finding our way going to Los Angeles. But yeah, Inglewood's not far away from the water. It's a little further inland, but not far.
There you go. Because my trips out to California, I go to Vegas. I go to Vegas twice a year, but I have an aunt who lives in San Diego.
Okay, yeah.
So my thing is, once I go to Vegas, I have to drive to San Diego. I have to rent a car and drive to San Diego for a day because I got no excuse.
Oh no, absolutely, man. San Diego is beautiful as well.
Love it.
Like I said, I used to visit him out there. Made a few trips to Tijuana
Yes.
when it was legal to actually go.
When you can walk across the border.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we made those trips. My uncle actually, so he lived in San Diego for the beginning. And eventually got a house in National City.
Okay.
Which is a suburb of San Diego, and then with him being in the military, went out to Coronado Island many times to the military base, and I'll tell you, they strategically planned that thing correctly as far as the military base being out on Coronado Island, because it's nice.
Gotcha.
It's nice and picturesque, but also strategic-wise for a potential planned military defense scenario. A lot of work went into that. I will give them props on doing that. Okay.
All right. Shout out to A. Hurd says Xavier Hurd from Lane College in the shot put. So I guess they're related somehow.
Yeah, probably so. Also, shout out to J.J. Merriweather and the Kentucky State University team. Go KSU Thoroughbreds.
Hey, let me tell you something about KSU. I went to Eastern Kentucky University, played football at Eastern Kentucky.
Go Colonels.
Yep, go Colonels. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. We would make our way, about an hour, 15 minutes, we'd make our way up to Frankfurt every chance we got.
Okay.
To go to Kentucky State. Good times. Long time ago. In my backslide days. Long time ago.
I understand.
Takesha Miller, I
think she has two
more laps
to go. Yes, she does. I'm looking at the marker right here. I could not get that word out to save my life just now.
Well, I tell you what, though, she has a coach out there beside her pushing her on, helping her finish the race, giving some encouragement.
Yes, sir.
But here's the thing. She's taking a while. She's taking her time. But she has not broken her stride, though. She hadn't started walking. She hadn't, put her hands on the hip and just slowed down. She's keeping that pace. So if you're keeping that pace, man, she's working hard. So, hey, let's give credit where credit is due. Giving credit where credit is due. She is making her way on around.
Your attention. Aaliyah Jackson. You're needed at the 50-yard line.
Yes, sir. So
let's see who else is out there, man. Make sure Tania Woody just hit me up on Twitter. Who else out there hit us up on Twitter? Coach Ronald Bowen. Terry Bowden, assistant coach of the state champion Alexander High School. They won the state championship in basketball.
Also, Gabriel Stray,
yep,
play-by-play broadcaster on Stray Media.
That's my man, Gabriel Stray.
Okay, so he's based in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. They called a couple of football games with Gabe, man. Gabe, good guy.
Okay.
Good guy.
I'll probably run across a few times. If he says he's been on several TV stations, I've probably run across him a few times, because my wife and I do the little quick getaways to Chattanooga from out of the Huntsville area. We enjoy it. Mm-hmm. We definitely enjoy that. I still remember the first time, we went to Ruby Falls and watching the underground waterfall. And then the fact that I was able to actually get on a zip line later on, I think it's probably one of the best I made it as a husband moments.
All right. Who do we have out here? Tracy Brown says she's at 102.3 KJLH radio, and it is 90 degrees in Inglewood and about 15 minutes from the beach. Must be nice.
Absolutely.
Must be nice.
Absolutely. Thanks for letting us know what's good out there in Inglewood. if I didn't say that correctly the first time.
Oh, look like young lady picked up her stride a little bit. This might be the last lap.
Yeah, possibly.
She picked up the stride a little bit. She's making it on the round.
Man, look, she's doing her thing, man. She is doing her thing and running her race, and I mean that's what we have to give her the props on the most as well. So, but in the meantime, sorry, Roy. In the meantime, we.
Oh wow, they're going to actually announce the winners right now.
Yes, they are. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to take a look in one of our screens in the bottom left, and we will have the bronze, silver, and gold medalists in the women's 10,000. The bronze medal goes to Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta. She ran a time of 43 minutes, 7.28 seconds.
Aaliyah hitting that pose right there for that bronze medal.
The runner-up and the silver medalist goes to Floma Okomu from Benedict with an exact time of 42 minutes on the dot. And your 2023 SIAC Women's 10,000 meters champion is Purity Kibet from Benedict College. 41 minutes, 35.33 seconds. Congratulations to our bronze, silver, and gold medalists.
She ran a great race too, man. I think she kind of dominated from start to finish. It was that first and second place was close. It was close until probably about 4 to 5 laps to go, and Purity just pulled away and just increased that stride and ended up lapping the second place finisher. Hey, I tell you guys all the time, what is my most favorite race?
You have mentioned that the favorite race is the end of these long races when you see the student athletes gut it out to get to the end.
That is my favorite. Oh, there we go.
There it is. She has crossed the finish line. Hey, she's getting a huge ovation too.
I think it's mostly the sprinters, though. They're ready to go. But she finished. Shout out to Frank Highland, BC. You know. Hey, man, what's your favorite cheer? Your favorite cheer, HBCU cheer, man?
Well, I mean, I'm a Southern University Jaguar, so, we got the SU, SSSSSSU, and then there's a blank, and then the school. And that's all I will say on that, because this is a PG-rated broadcast.
All our listeners, all our watchers out there, man, let us know your favorite HBCU cheer. Let us know.
Now, I will tell you this, though, and one cheer that I can say, not so much a cheer, whatever you want to call it, battle cry, is that once, you hear it, you just feel like the end of the world is about to happen, is that chant that you start to get from Alcorn State.
Oh.
Yeah, that it's almost like a Florida State, but it's like dun 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 dun, and you start hearing that ooh, and once you hear that, it just seems like Alcorn State people just go crazy. So that I gotta say, from a rival, that definitely has been one that I can say it's been put in my back pocket, and I'll be like, man, that thing ain't too bad, It is not too bad.
Shout out to the throwers over there, the shot put.
Absolutely. And just to reiterate, so we do have the shot put in the top left-hand corner of our broadcast. We don't have live stats going for the shot put right now. That's why we can't give you much information on it. But once shot put goes final, we will let you know who are the winners, who got the bronze, who got the silver, and who also got the gold. And then we will find them and show them and present them at the medal stand. All right, everyone, here we go. In the 200 meter, they just snuck up on us on this one.
And look at him making up the stagger right there in lane 2, but it looks like lane 5 is out in front, and
that's Kyron Moore from Albany State. Kyron Moore out ahead in front of Cody Gibbs. Gibbs is trying to get that second place, and he does. Coming in third place will be Quincy Curley from Spring Hill College.
Young man from Albany State was out there from the jump. He got out there and just got in front of everybody and blew him out the water, young man from Albany State.
Absolutely. So advancing on to the finals will be Kyron Moore from Albany State and also Cody Gibbs from Edward Waters College.
Look at him coming around the corner right there. My goodness, that's a lot of speed.
Absolutely. You hit that straight away, it's like bye-bye, man. It literally is bye-bye. All right, Heat 2. We've got 5 heats on this one. So Heat 2 in Lane 1, Ed Gilbert from Albany State.
That's the one we're looking out for Ed.
Exactly. In Lane 2 from Savannah State, we've got Yast Johnson. In Lane 3, Josiah Jones from Benedict. In Lane 4, Fort Valley State's Davion Jenkins, let me make that correction. In Lane 5, Jawan Rigby from Central State. In Lane 6, it'll be Gavin Hall Huggins from Lemoyne Owen. And in Lane 7, it'll be Malachi Yancey from Kentucky State.
All right, here we go, man. It's a lot of pressure on Ed, man. If Ed isn't 1 or 2, Ed's going to hear it from me.
Well, here's the reason why there's pressure on Ed. Ed has the best qualifying time coming into the SIAC Men's 200-meter Championships with a time of 20.97 seconds.
Woo!
He also is a medalist from last year's SIAC Championship.
That's moving. That is moving.
Correct.
Here we go. There's a start.
And out the block. Keep an eye out on the guy in lane number 1. That is Ed Gilbert.
My goodness, he made up the
And
stagger.
look at Gilbert.
My goodness, he's moving.
Gilbert is rolling. Right now, the race is for second place, and it looks like it's Josiah Jones who will get second place, who can hold it off. But Ed Gilbert runs away from the field, followed by Josiah Jones. So they will both advance to Saturday's final.
Okay, well, I guess
we see why Ed Gilbert had a whole lot of love. All right. And look, as before we get into the third heat, we were talking about this young lady as she was wrapping up the women's 10,000. We have to give a huge shout out to Trinity Craft.
She made it.
She never stopped in this race.
Never stopped. Kept
Trinity
her stride
Craft.
the whole time. Kept her stride the whole time.
Yes, she did.
She did. She did. Big shout out to the young lady from Lane College.
No doubt. No doubt on that. But, man, shout out also to Ed Gilbert, blazing the trail as you look at it on the replay. Good Lord.
I'm going to be honest, man. All these fans for Ed Gilbert, man, he better win.
Correct. So he advances now over to Saturday's final. Remember, in these prelims, you take the top 2 times from each heat, and then the next best one. But you have 5 heats coming up here, so that exception may be changed over a little bit. We'll just have to kind of see.
And shout out to Yaz Johnson. I think Yaz came in second in that one, didn't he? Or
it was Josiah Jones.
Oh, Josiah came second. Okay.
Yaz was third.
There you go. There you go. All right. They're getting ready for that next one.
Heat 3, we got Jordan Winder in lane 1 from Tuskegee, Grant Nastasi from Spring Hill in lane 2. In lane 3, Zaylin Myers of Allen. In lane 4, Shannon Carter from Albany State. In lane 5, Jeremiah Cadet from Central State. In lane 6, Makai Evans Bay from Morehouse. And in lane 7, Trevon Pope from Kentucky State.
Lane 6, my goodness, he got out to the start.
Makai Evans Bay, that's who you're taking a look at from right here at the house.
Makai Evans Bay. It's going to be a tight one coming down to the end.
Evans Bay is definitely going to pull it out, but the race for second is going to be something. But in the end, it'll be Makai Evans Bay finishing first, followed by Shannon Carter of Albany State.
That's our lady Tracy Brown out of Inglewood. Your guy, Makai Evans Bay, pulled it off in this heat.
Yeah, man, as we take a look at the replay on the big screen here, like I said, Makai Evans Bay had it. But, yeah, look at that pack for second. It just so happened to be that Albany State Shannon Carter, pretty good last name as well, was able to pick up second place in that heat. So let's go to heat number 4 out of 5. In lane 1, it'll be Amar White Evans of Morehouse. In lane 2, it'll be Damari Johnson of Central State. In lane 3, Jude Servias from Tuskegee. In lane 4, Montrell White from Allen. In lane 5, Jaden Rudolph from Fort Valley State. In lane 6, Jaquan McCants from Edward Waters. And in lane 7, Mikael Bridges.
There you go.
Who's got a lot of people watching at home on the YouTube live feed from Benedict. Mikael Bridges comes into this heat with the second best time in the heat at 21.86 seconds. He got that time at the 2023 USC Open Outdoor. As far as Central State's Damari Johnson, 21.42 was his qualifying time at the Mountaineer Open. I'm going to go ahead and guess that was at West Virginia.
Yep. Think that the Mountaineers.
And we are off with the gun.
I tell you, man, these guys are moving.
Yes, he is, including Mikael Bridges.
And look at lane 2 right there pushing on the outside, lane 7.
Mikael Bridges, that's him. Mikael is going to cross first place with that one. And in second place will be Damari Johnson out of Central State.
All right. Halsey B. and Yolanda Daniels, Venice Hatkins, your man pulled it through. Your man Mikael pulled it through in this heat.
Dwan Eat says, eat, Kel. And then Halsey B also says, let's go, Mikael.
I tell you, man, the speedsters, man, I love it.
I definitely do as well. All right, we're coming up to the final heat for the men's 200-meter dash. All right, so lane 2 was supposed to have Christian Akins, but apparently he is not participating. So in lane 3, it'll be Javon Keene from Edward Waters. In lane 4, Marcus Jefferson from Fort Valley State. In lane 5, Dennis Bailey from Tuskegee. In lane 6, Winfred Porter from Savannah State. And in lane 7, Caleb Russell from Kentucky State. Best 2 times, let's take a look at lane 5. That'll be Dennis Bailey. Qualifying time, 21.48 at the 2023 Mississippi State Bulldog Relays. And Winfred Porter in lane 6 from Savannah State, 21.55 at the Wims Baskin Relays. So we'll keep an eye out on lane 5 and lane 6, Sly.
I tell you, those middle lanes right there. You know, what's the hardest lane to run, the outside lane or the inside?
In a sprint, well, yeah, in a sprint, I would say the outside. Because you are, especially if you're in lane 7 or 8, you don't have nobody to kind of feed off of, so you got to get out there in front of the pack.
All right.
And then you kind of wait to kind of see who's by you to where.
My goodness, look at him negotiate that turn right there in lane 6.
Lane 6, that's Winfred Porter from Savannah State.
But is Porter going to be walked down? This is going to be a tight one right here.
Exactly. Dennis Bailey is coming up on him. Can Dennis Bailey catch him?
Ooh.
Oh, Porter was able to hold him off at the last second. So it goes 1-2 with Winfred Porter from Savannah State and then Dennis Bailey from Tuskegee. That was a close one there, Si.
I'm telling you, that was a tight one right there.
Yes, but I also told you too, man, at the end of the day, you needed to keep an eye out on lanes 5 and 6.
You're right.
And there we go on that. And only in just a matter of moments, we'll have the final results for the 200-meter dash. But, man, we saw some great runs today, including from Ed Gilbert.
Yep.
Well, I think we'll probably have the highest qualifying time once again. Ed was just away from the pack, man.
I tell you. So hold on, Rufus Williams. We're going to show the times. Rufus Williams, but we got to let everything populate.
Absolutely. Yeah, Rufus. In most cases, we would have the live times formulated into our systems, but unfortunately, that system is not effective today. That's the best way I can go ahead and describe it. Don't worry. We'll have it to you in just a moment. Because we do have the live time computer right next to us. The only thing is, like, it's flashing so quickly that we want to make sure that everything goes up correctly.
And we're trying to make sure you see the full screen.
And that's it. Our producer said we want to make sure you see the full screen, see all this good action.
Absolutely. So guess what, Mr. Rufus? I got those times for you. All right. So here we go. Here are your top 8 times. Kyron Moore from Albany State, 21.66. Mikael Bridges from Benedict, 21.85.
Oh, we got the ladies now.
Yes, we do. Ed Gilbert, Albany State, 21.92. And I'll get to the rest of that field, but let's go up into the ladies as well. So in between this first and second heat, I'll run back down the top 8 for the SIAC men that qualified to go to the championship. In the meantime, right now, Sly, I'll go ahead and tell you, keep an eye out on lane number 5, Chantel Williams from Benedict.
And you called it out. Look at her now, coming up. It's a two-woman race. No, Chantel Williams pulling out in front. Look at numbers.
Chantel Williams is definitely out in front in lane 5, but also look at lane number
7. Can she catch her?
In 7, and that is Journey Cummings, who comes up. Now, look, from my vantage point, it looked like 7 got the second place, but I also can make a run for who was in lane number 2, and that was Capri Dawkins. So we definitely got to go back and see who got what in that one. All right, let's see, we got the replay coming up.
Shout out to Sports Mind, go Benedict. Chris Johnson said outside lane. I'm not sure which one he's talking about, but we see you.
He's probably talking about which is the hardest one.
Okay, which is the hardest one? The outside lane is the hardest one. Let us know, all you track stars out there. Let us know which lane is the hardest.
I mean, personally, like I said, I ran the 400, and if you were in either lane 6, 7, or 8, yeah, that was rough. That was rough. I preferred either 2, 3, or 4 when I was actually the best time. Wasn't too many times. I was the best time, at least going into it, but, finishing was a different story.
Gotcha.
All right, let's go with now. We are rolling to heat number 2 of 5. In lane 1, it'll be Deja Bailey from Spring Hill. In lane number 2, it'll be Raven Sistrunk from Savannah State. In lane 3, Miesha Jones from Allen. In lane 4, Mackenzie Frazier from Tuskegee. In lane 5, Kanisha Moses from Benedict. In lane 6, Sky Livingston from Central State. In lane 7, Sonia Joseph, who we actually saw in the heptathlon earlier today from Edward Waters. And in lane 8, Sydney Thomas from Kentucky State. Let's keep an eye out on lane 2, Raven Sistrunk from Savannah State.
And look at her with that blue hair coming out there in front of the pack.
Absolutely. Right now, it is Sistrunks. But coming up the rear, how about Kanisha Moses? And Moses is going across the finish line in first place, right in front of Raven Sistrunk.
And Kanisha ran her down. Halsey B's really happy.
Absolutely. We're getting ready for heat number 3 of 5. In lane 1 will be Alexis Carthen from Spring Hill. In lane number 2, it'll be Isis Lewis from Clark Atlanta. Lane number 3, Aisa Patterson from Allen. In lane number 4, Tyler Lightbourne from Central State. In lane 5, Davija Wilson from Fort Valley State. In lane 6, Cassie Jordan from Benedict. And in lane number 7, Kennedy Simmons from Albany State.
I love these people giving us some answers. They say, Waylon Williams says, inside if you're tall, outside if you're short. Dana Gilbert, inside lane, mental disadvantage. Chris Johnson, best lane is 3 and 4. You either want to be behind the fastest person or in front.
No, it makes sense. It does make sense. So you can feed off of them because most of the time the fastest times are in 4 and 5, depending on if you have a 8-lane track, a 9-lane track, but yeah, usually 4 and 5 are the faster times, with 3 being the next one.
Mm-hmm. Takesha Mitchell says, I personally think 6 and 8 is the hardest. 6 through 8 is the hardest.
And I can see why Dana Gilbert said inside lane mental disadvantage, because if you're in 1 or 2, everybody's in front of you.
True.
And now you're playing catch up to everybody.
True.
And the whole catch me if you can, it ain't too easy. It is not too easy. All right, we're getting ready for heat number 4 or 5. So, in okay, I just wanted to make sure they wasn't making a very, very important announcement that we had to abide by, but it doesn't.
Yep, the youngsters getting a little bit too close to the track, telling the youngsters stay inside the boundaries of the football field.
Absolutely. So here we go now on heat number 4. We've got Jazz Burnett in lane 1, Kenya Jackson in lane 2, and God, they're almost halfway finished through the race. So here we go. Coming down the stretch is going to be a tight one. And look at
lane 6.
Lane 6, that's Camille Evans. Well, actually, no, that is.
Is that Cassie or Chantel? I think she's from Benedict. Young ladies from Benedict, not quite sure which. I think that's Cassie.
Yes, it is Cassie. So Cassie was able to pick up the victory in that heat. Sorry, everyone, I was ahead of myself by 1 heat on that one. But yeah, Cassie Jordan was able to pick up the victory in that one. All right, now coming up in heat number 4, lane 1 we'll have Jazz Barnett from Fort Valley State. It'll be Kenya Jackson from Savannah State. In lane number 2, I don't want to say her name wrong, so I'm going to go ahead and just say Shania Nelson from Spring Hill. In lane number 3, in lane number 4, Cindy Samuel from Tuskegee. In lane number 5, Anaya Williams from Clark Atlanta. In lane 6, Camille Evans from Lane. And in lane number 7, Alexis Dover from Miles College. The runner we want to keep a close eye out on this one, actually, Camille Evans coming in with the best time at 24.86 seconds. She qualified with that time at the Margaret Simmons Invite.
Somebody's running out of standing position down there in lane 2. That's interesting.
You're looking at Kenya Jackson if she's not coming out the blocks of Savannah State.
She's standing and look like she's catching up on that curb on the inside. No, never mind. I spoke too soon. She's not catching up.
So out in front, as we mentioned, Camille Evans running away from the pack. And the Lady Dragon is going to run to a victory in this heat. She will be followed by in lane 5, she'll be followed by Anaya Williams in second.
Now, I don't get that strategy. She stood up at the start. Everybody's in the start box, and she stood up. Some of our track people out there watching, can you let us know what strategy was that? She came in 7th place. So I guess it wasn't, from the outside looking in, it wasn't a very good strategy. So if you can let me know what strategy that was to stand up.
And look, they're going to let you know. Yeah, for sure you're going to look to know. But, yeah, look at Camille. She is just running away.
Hey, tell him to point it right here, hidden right there, because shot, tell him right there. Hey, he's coming out.
All right, so we get ready for the final heat of the women's 200. In lane 1, it'll be Rana Thornton from Kentucky State. In lane 2, it'll be Madison Minga Perry from Tuskegee. In lane 3, it'll be Sierra Bardell from Lane College. In lane 4, it'll be Kaylin Strahan from Clark Atlanta. In lane 5, Daisha Gilliard from Albany State. Lane 6, Dalia Austell from Fort Valley State. And then in lane 7, it'll be Kennedy Hall from Savannah State. Dalia Austell is the person to keep an eye out on in lane number 6.
Okay. Who's our ones to watch out for on this one?
In this one, look at lane number 6, Dalia Austell from Fort Valley State. Qualifying time of 24.78 seconds.
Yeah, it's that battle right there between 4, 5, and 6.
And right now it's 4. It's Kaylin Strahan from Clark, Atlanta. But, oh, look at the kick from Dalia Austell. She put in that extra kick, and she's going to take home that victory right here in this heat. Right ahead of Kaylin Strahan. Strahan had it coming out of the curb, but, man, that last second kick, that last 40 meters, that's when you saw Aaliyah Austell from Fort Valley State put that kick in and take it to the promised land.
All right. Sport Mind said he always ran standing up, never came out of the block. Now, my question is, Sport Mind, did you ever win? That's my question. You said you did it, but now, did you ever win running standing up?
Man, I think you about to set yourself up for for a big, long explanation as far as what he used to win or what he didn't. Coming with that. All right, as promised, everyone, I will give you the results of the top 8 for the men's 200-meter dash, who will qualify to go to the championship round. In 8th place, Makai Evans-Bay from Morehouse. With this, 7th best time, it'll be Damari Johnson from Central State. 6th best time, Cody Gibbs from Edward Waters with 22.24. 5th best time, Dennis Bailey from Tuskegee with 22.16. 4th best time, Winfred Porter from Savannah State with 22.09. 3rd best time, Ed Gilbert from Albany State, 21.92. 2nd best time, Mikael Bridges from Benedict, 21.85. And your best time from a qualifying standpoint today, Kyron Moore from Albany State, 21.66. Those 8 young men will advance to the finals on Saturday. And man, look, and the magic of technology. I now have the top 8 finishers for the women.
Just that fast?
Yes, sir. So with the 8th best time, it's Anaya Williams from Clark, Atlanta, 25.92. 7th best time, Cassie Jordan from Benedict, 25.73. In the 6th best time, Dalia Austell, who we just saw for Fort Valley State, 25.66. In 5th with the best time, Jacia Presswood from Lemoyne Owen, 25.64. 4th best time, Chantel Williams from Benedict, 25.52. 3rd best time, Raven Sistrunk from Savannah State, 25.51. And 2nd best time, Kanisha Moses from Benedict, 25.37. And the best time going into Saturday's championship will be Camille Evans of Lane College, 25.33. Those 8 will go for bronze, silver, and gold this weekend.
Hey, give a shout out right here. Nicole McAllister says, will we broadcast live tomorrow as well?
Yes, sir, we will. Well, yes, ma'am, we will. We will broadcast live starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time all the way to the last event, and then the same thing will happen on Saturday.
And while everybody's here, make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Go ahead and subscribe to SIAC Sports. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you go to MyJBN1 and subscribe too on the YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe MyJBN1.
Yeah, and also, and as this is going on, we have go to the medal stand.
The shot put medal stand.
Yes, sir. Shot put medal stand. I will be able. Oh yeah, for all those shot put folks.
Valley State University.
So Michael Trimble coming in with the bronze. Joe Williams from Fort Valley State with the silver. And your winner with a winning throw of 49 feet and 7 inches or 15.11 meters, depends on which part of the metric system you like, is Xavier Hurd from Lane College. Congratulations to our bronze, silver, and gold medalists in the men's shot put.
There you go, big Xavier Hurd. Hey, matter of fact, we had a couple of shout-outs for Xavier Hurd earlier in the broadcast.
Definitely did.
We had somebody, I know we called them out. Let's go and check back through the notes.
And look, while you do that, I'm going to step away for a second, but here's the 800-meter list start. That'll start down here, Sly.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm going to step away for just a second, but Sly Williams got you guys, and I will be back momentarily. Actually, it's so great that the boss man, Roy Evans, is going to hop on to the broadcast table now. So here he is, Roy Evans.
Aherd said, let's go Xavier Hurd from Lane College. So shout out to Aherd. I guess that's your kid. Maybe your brother, sister, cousin. Brother or cousin, son.
They related somewhere down that tree.
They related somewhere. As we get ready for the men's 800, lane 1, Daquan Brook from Allen, Devontae Newbold from across the street at Benedict, John Dale Cumberbatch from Morehouse, Patrick Murray from Fort Valley State, lane 5, Quaden Marks from Central State, lane 6, Terrence Gennardi from Spring Hill, Kamari Cooper in lane 7 from Kentucky State, Larry DeGraffert from Edward Waters. I think the best time so far was John Dale Cumberbatch. He had 1 minute 55 seconds. All right, there we go. Here's your start. And look at him making it around that first turn. Picking up speed. Seeing how the young man pull. I think that's lane 4, Patrick Murray out front now.
Look like he wants to step away from the pack.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend, and I'm upset because I can't remember his name. When I ran track in middle school, I remember his first name. His first name was Alfred. The young man was a beast in the 800 when we were in middle and high school. I know he finished in the top 3 in state, but he was destroying everybody in the county and the regionals down in Palm Beach County, Florida, back in the mid 80s.
All right, here we go. They're getting close to lap number 1. And right now, I think that's Murray in front. Here's your last lap. Devontae Newbold behind them from Benedict.
Now we're going to see who has the kick when they get down there to the 200-meter point, and that's when that 800 kick normally jumps in.
So that kick jumps in, or that 800-pound monkey jumps on your back.
One of the two.
All right, here we are. We got a tight race right here. 1, 2, and 3. Patrick Murray up front, and I think Devontae Newbold behind him. In third, can't quite tell who's that in third, but he is definitely making up ground, trying to catch up to Newbold. But right now, Murray's out in front. And you see the people on the sideline cheering him in.
What did I tell you? There's that kick.
It jumped in on the end. Here we go. That's Quaden Marks. I think that's Marks is in second place. But Patrick Murray's going to push his way through. It'll be Murray, Marks, and then Newbold. What a race. What a race down there, finishing up and in, and you never told a lie. Right there at that 200-meter mark.
That might, like I say, either the monkey gonna jump on your back or your kick is gonna kick in for you. So he had a good one on that one.
Remain inside the boundary.
Now this is the announcer is telling everybody remain inside the boundary on the football field. I don't think that's right.
Well, no, because actually it will, because if they continue to come onto the track during a race, they will get penalized for that, and they may even, I believe, you can even be disqualified for doing that. So yeah, they would want to make sure that they do listen to this person.
All right, here we go. Heat number 2 of 3. Juan Osario from Edward Waters, lane 1. Darius Ragland, Morehouse, lane 2. Lane 3, Trevino Glover from Albany State. Aaron Drumwright from Central State, lane 4. Terrell Williams, lane 5, Fort Valley State. Muhammad Shadru from Spring Hill and Jamari Moss in lane 7 from Allen.
Yeah, see, I'm like these young men who are down here, folks can't see them on the air, but they should not be on the track during this time. unless these are the guys in the next heat. Those are the only people that should be on the track is those who are in the next heat.
Okay.
And that's why they're in both lanes 7 and 8, because they know to be into the outside because, of course, these guys are going to run on the inside of the
Now,
track.
here we go. I think that is Trevino Glover from Albany State pushing, trying to get into second place. He's in the second place. Fort Williams Terrell from Fort Valley State's in third, and I'm not quite sure who's out in front. It's either, I think that's no, that is not Darius Ragland. It may be Juan Osorio. Nope, that's not Juan Osorio. Juan Osorio's in orange. He's right now in 5th place. And here we have the young man. He is pushing first place. I think that's Darius Ragland from Morehouse. I'm not quite. No, it's not Darius Ragland. It might be. He is pushing out front and pulling out way ahead. And I am so sorry I don't have that young man's name because he's going to win this one by about 25 yards.
That is the Morehouse. That is one of the Morehouse runners, though.
That's one of the Morehouse runners. Well, came in second was Trevino Glover. Trevino Glover came in second, and Terrell Williams came in third. Got to get that young man's name who came in first, but I'll tell you, he pulled the way, and he pulled the way fast.
Was that Cumberbatch, or was that the first race?
Yeah, that was just, yeah. That was heat 2. So whoever was in all black, was that's not their school colors. Hey, for the old guys in the booth, wear your school colors. Wear your school colors. All right, here we go. Heat number 3, Andrew Jumwright, Central State in lane 1. Tyler Douglas, Albany State, lane 2. Lane 3, Jonathan Kelly, Fort Valley State. Lane 4, Edward Waters, William Cordy. Number 5, Alex Lloyd, Savannah State. Number 6, lane 6, Gavin Weddington, Morehouse. Lane 7, Christopher Ruse, Tuskegee. Number 8, Chris Laurent from Spring Hill. And here we go. Starting off, Andrew Jumwright from Central State's out in front. Followed by Tyler Douglas right now. Douglas is in second. And Gavin Weddington from Morehouse is in third so far. Here we go. Pushing it around. Now you're about 600 meters in. I'm sorry, 200 meters in, 600 to go. Excuse my math, I am a history major.
Join the club. I'm not even going to argue with you.
Pushing up on the outside, trying to take advantage. Tight race, 1 through 3. Right now, dipping in the middle, lowering the shoulder is Weddington from Morehouse. And Weddington from Morehouse has about a 5-yard, 10-yard lead right now. Trying to push it out, trying to expand. Tyler Douglas behind him.
He had an early kick, and I have seen some folks who run this 800 who can literally run the 400 as a sprint. And so this is just another race for them. And he looks like one of those athletes.
Gavin Weddington out front. At least 10 yards out front. At least 10 meters. I'm sorry, we're in the metric system. Out front. Now we're starting to see the kick on the backside. Starting to see the kick. That second and third place race is getting a little bit of tight. Now, is Weddington giving out? Are those legs weakening on Weddington?
He just kicked in, but the other person from looks like Albany or Fort Valley.
Tyler Douglas. Tyler trying to push Weddington. Can Tyler catch him? Weddington trying to keep in front. And
Weddington was able to maintain his pace, and the other guy trying to catch up with him was not able to get in there. Good race strategy by Weddington there when he broke out early and got his kick in the front side of this situation.
Gavin Weddington pushing on through. What a race, what a race, what a race.
I think that maybe, are there any more heat for the men, or is
That's
that it?
Heat 3 of 3.
So we should be getting ready for the women's heat now.
Here we go, bringing it up. The women's 800 meters coming up. I think they're telling some athletes to come to the podium. Not quite sure which one they're going to give some credit to.
Long jump.
The long jump. The long jump. We're going to be showing replays of the long jump. Are we going to?
Yes, that'll be. We will end up doing that tomorrow when they shifted the times for the longer races. So during one of the longer races, we'll do that tomorrow.
Oh, yep. They ended up changing the times. They moved the 10,000 meters. They moved the 10,000 meter race, and so it was going on doing the long jump. So you will see the long jump in a tape delay.
Because it seemed to stay connected.
We will show them tomorrow. We will show the long jump tomorrow.
So although we will have the winners today, that was when they that was one of our challenges with the weather today. So they ended up changing some of the times around. So that kind of threw us off just a little bit.
All right, we have four heats of the women's 800 meter. Zanae Rainey from Albany State, Samaya Brown from Edward Waters Lane 2, Ashley Checkham from Central State Lane 3, Cheyenne Daniels Lane 4, Fort Valley State Lane 5, Aaliyah Bradley from Allen, and Ikira Walker in Lane 6 from Tuskegee. Now, wait a minute. We have somebody in lane 8. We've had some changes. We've had a few changes. It looks like we still have Zanae Rainey in lane 1. Samaya Brown from Edward Waters is in lane 2. Lane 3, Ashley Checkham. Lane 4, Cheyenne Daniels from Fort Valley State. We have no lane 5. Lane 6 is Akira Walker from Tuskegee. All right, here we go. Pushing it out. And there's Zanae Rainey out front right now to get things going. Let's see if Zanae can keep up this pace.
And Zanae has folks rooting her on right now.
I'm telling you, Zanae has her fan club here rooting her on. Who is pulling up behind Zanae, trying to pressure her. See if she can keep up this kick. And right now, it's Zanae. She's still out in front. But being followed close behind her is Ashley Checkham from Central State.
And like we say, who's going to have that kick going into this second lap?
And I think that's Ashley Checkham. That looks like that maroon color out of Central State. Here's the final lap. And Checkham is catching Rainey. Samaya Brown in third place, being pushed by Cheyenne Daniels. And right now it's Rainey and Checkham. Rainey and Checkham out front. Out front by a long way. It's a two-woman race. It is a 2-woman race. Coming up on about 300 meters to go. And Rainey has led from start to finish. Can she hold on? Checkham's falling back a little bit. Checkham's falling back. Rainey out in front and still pushing. Takesha Mitchell says, move, Zane. And Zane is moving.
She has. She kicked in.
She kicked it in another gear, Roy. Zane pulling away. Pull away, Zane. Looks like she is going to finish on top in this heat right here. She'll beat out Ashley Checkham. Ashley Checkham came in second and looks like third place, coming up in third. Samaya Brown will cross the finish line in third. Woo! They're moving on that one, Roy. They're moving.
Tell you, Sly, this is definitely going to be interesting when we get to these finals. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing these finals on Friday.
I'm telling you, I am definitely looking forward to seeing these finals. All right, Heat 2. This is Heat number 2 of 4. Esperance Natanga from Kentucky State, lane 1. Jasmine Mays from Allen, lane 2. Floma Okumu from Benedict in lane 3. Lane 4, Kaya Pittman from Albany State. Lane 5, Quenisha Marshall from Lane. Lane 6, Olivia Freeman from Spring Hill. Lane 7, Karen Warren from Clark, Atlanta. You know what? I think they have the lanes mixed up. I think lane 2 is Benedict and lane 3 is Allen. And right now, Jasmine Mays from Allen. Jasmine Mays from Allen is look like she's out in front now. No one seems to be able to catch up. Let's see what happens. On that outside, Karen Warren from Clark, Atlanta. Right now it's Allen and Jasmine Mays and Warren. Jasmine Mays and Warren out front. Mays from Allen. Best time was 3 minutes flat. Best time was 3 minutes flat, and I think she's going to break that one. Behind her is Karen Warren.
And Sly, so this is just one of those conversations. As we look at the difference in these two runners who are out front, there is a distinct difference in their height.
Yes.
And, you can look at it and see the difference in the stride.
There you go. You can see the difference in the stride, and look how Jasmine Mays is pulling away.
Yeah, she is, and she, she has shorter legs, so she has a shorter, more repetitive stride. Where you look at the other young lady, and her stride is just in and out. Mm-hmm. And so we're gonna get this back to the professional here, Mr. Mulcatta.
Jasmine Mays is pulling on away.
All right, thank you so much, Roy. Sly, what have I missed?
You missed Jasmine Mays dominating this heat right here. Jasmine Mays out of Atlanta, and look at her turning on another gear. She wants to push this thing all the way out. Quenisha Marshall are coming second, and Karen Warren from Clark, Atlanta will come in third.
And remember, all these are prelims, so they will take the first two, and then the best times, and they will battle it out over the weekend.
Jasmine Mays won that heat. Woo! These young ladies are moving, man. They are moving.
So I take it Zane did well because she's got all kinds of comments.
Yeah. Zane won, and Zane won by a lot.
Okay.
All of the Zane fans are out there. All of the Ramey fans were out there.
So, heat-wise, we were in...
That was heat 2.
Heat 2?
Getting ready for heat number 3. Been a little bit of movement so far with, if you look at the live updates, if you look at the pre-race starts, it looked like some of them kind of switched lanes. I'm not quite sure how they came up with that, but we figure it out.
Yeah, sometimes you get scratches, and when you get scratches, either you'll move people inside, or you may move somebody outside, or you may bump somebody up from the next prelim and move them from prelim 3 to prelim 2.
Gotcha.
Sometimes in the case. So we're now going into prelim 3?
Going into prelim 3.
Okay. So in lane 1, we'll have Montana Williams from Fort Valley State. In lane 2, Cassidy Dilks from Spring Hill. In lane 3, Miracle Smith. We just heard her name not too long ago. She'll be in lane 3. In lane 4, Kayla Chance from Savannah State. In lane 5, Brandy Jamfey from Miles College. In lane 6, Kyla Overstreet from Kentucky State. And in lane 7, Cavell Barnett from Benedict. Let's definitely keep an eye out on these two young ladies. Kayla Chance from Savannah State, who's right now in the 4th lane.
And see, that's the difficulty right here.
And Cavell Barnett from Benedict.
Because we had 2 scratches in lane 1 and 2. Nobody was in lane 1 and 2.
All right.
And now both of the runners have on the all black suits up front.
Somebody here is saying Kaya Pittman. Yeah.
And right now we're a bit confused on some of the runners right here.
Yeah, they having some last minute changes or something else going down. We'll make sure we'll get y'all all squared away.
And right now the young lady out in front now, she's out in front by a good distance, and the Benedict runner is in second. That's the one thing about Benedict. Benedict wears that bright gold and purple. It's easy to figure out Benedict.
Absolutely. The Lady Tigers from out of Columbia, South Carolina. That's Cavell Barnett. Out there in front, there's the bell for the final lap coming up. And looks like at the medal stand, we will be giving out some additional awards for bronze, silver, and gold.
Troy Williams says that was Kaya Pittman that won the second heat of the 800. Now, Troy, I'm gonna take your word for it, Troy. We're not gonna argue with you, but we'll get those official results to you in a second once we get everything updated on our site.
Yeah, and also, and here's another thing too. At most track meets, we get a number for the runners, and we have not really got that. So we kind of been playing. I mean, yes, they do have the numbers on front, but we don't have them assigned in the sheets. So
we don't have the numbers.
Yeah, we don't have them assigned in the sheets that were presented to us.
And this young lady just blew out the crowd.
2:23 is her unofficial time. Followed by Cavell Barnett of Benedict, who will cross the line at 2 minutes and 32 seconds. And Sly, I don't know about you, but I've been kind of keeping an eye out on the infield as well. They got some quick fellas out there.
I'm telling you, in the infield, they're practicing that relay race. They're practicing that 4x1 relay race, and those are handoffs. Everybody running down the field, practicing the handoff. The boys and the girls out there, the men and the women out there practicing those handoffs.
Always makes for exciting times when you have a relay to finish the entire day. And that's what we're going to have coming up.
You know what this reminds me of right here, kind of in the middle of the field. You can't really see it, but on the 30-yard line, you have them running and kind of in that slow trot, all four of them in a line, handing the baton off to each other. Do you know what's the first thing that comes to my mind when I see that?
What is that?
The Cosby Show. When Bill Cosby when Heathcliff Huxtable
I do remember when
was running in the senior game. That is the first thing that comes to my mind every time I see that.
I do remember that.
Combustible Huxtable. Yes, sir.
I tell you, those memories you have from the Cosby Show, they resonate years later.
Years later. All right. Heat number 4.
In heat number 4, we've got Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta in lane 1. Journey Hemsley from Central State in lane 2. Di Raphael Nelson from Edward Waters in lane 3. Megan Compson from Benedict in lane 4. Alexia Turner in lane 5 from Miles. Shelby Noble from Spring Hill in lane 6. And Micaiah Sherman from Allen in lane 7. Let's definitely keep an eye out on Megan Thompson. She already blazed the trail in the 200, so let's see what she's going to do here in the 800.
You know, it's interesting. You know, you have a sprinter in the 200 and running this endurance race in the 800. You know, how does that transfer over? You know,
that's definitely a good question. I mean, I've seen a lot of people run the 4 and the 8, but not often have I ever seen 2 and the 8. But look, she qualified with a time of 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
So she knows what she's doing.
Absolutely.
But the young lady from Benedict is out front right now.
And that is Megan Thompson. We know that for sure because we've already seen her.
And she's comfortable right now. You can tell she's comfortable running right now.
Yes, sir. And here we go. Final lap coming around. There's the bell. I was about to say, bell person is not on their duty.
You got one job. Ring the bell.
Yep. That is it.
And the young lady from Benedict, yes, she is pulling away right now. Well, I don't know. Who's that coming up behind her?
I'm going to go ahead and say Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta. And I'm only saying that because she has a black outfit. We'll be able to get better her visuals once she comes around the turn.
She's trying to put a kick in, seeing if she can try to make up some of this distance.
But that will be to no avail. As Alexia Turner. Excuse me. Megan Thompson from Benedict.
She shouldn't have looked back.
She should have not, but she will get it.
Oh. Well, here's the thing, though. You know you have to come in first or second. So the prelims, yeah, you can look back on the prelim. But your finals, just no looking back.
Nope. It's straight forward and ahead.
They say you got to have those blinders on.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, shout out to Venice Haskins. Y'all are hilarious. Yeah, we try to keep it lighthearted. We try to keep it lighthearted and have a little bit of fun out here.
Hey, we're fun, but we're also professional as well.
There you go. But my Cash App is always open.
He said that, not me, folks. Not saying that I couldn't use the financial blessings.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Exactly. Because, I'll tell you, I just made a nice financial blessing to my pastor this past week for his 8th year anniversary. And hopefully I'll get blessed back with it at another time.
If he don't get mine out my tithes, he ain't getting it. I like you, Pastor, but you better get it out of tithes. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yes, man. We are here live at the Edwin C. Moses track at B.T. Harvey Stadium at Morehouse College.
The house.
In Atlanta. There's no T in that. It's Atlanta. Atlanta, Georgia. The AUC, man. I love, I've lived in Atlanta now for about 16, 17 years.
Okay.
I love coming down to the AUC, man, calling games down here at Morehouse and calling the football games and going over to Clark, calling some of those games at Clark. I just enjoy this area, man. I've been doing this for a long time, calling. I like to say I call anything with a ball, Mo. Anything with a ball. I call it and love it, man.
All right, so coming up, we've got the men's 4x100 meter relay. We will have 2 heats for the men's, and looks like we will have. Wait, I clicked the wrong button. 2 heats for the women.
Ooh, the 4x100 right here. This is it.
Yes, sir.
This is the one.
Yes, sir. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a breakdown of the heats, and then we'll let them run the races, and then in between the changeover between the men's and the women's, we will give you the top 8 qualifiers for the women's 800-meter dash or 800-meter run. Some girls were running it like a dash, though, so. All right, so here we go, everybody. In lane number 2. In lane number 2, it'll be Benedict. They had a qualifying time of 41.79 seconds. In lane 3, it's the hometown team. It's Morehouse. 42.22 is their qualifying time. In lane number 4, Allen, 41.9 is their qualifying time. Savannah State in lane 5, their qualifying time, 41.40. And Albany State, lane 6, qualifying time of 41.03. And in lane 7, it'll be Tuskegee, qualifying time 42.82. So we definitely want to keep an eye out on lanes 4, 5, and 6 between Allen, Savannah State, and Albany State.
Again, your attention, ladies and gentlemen, please stay off the track.
Point three and 0.5 seconds separates those 3 teams.
This announcer is getting his money's worth. The stadium announcer, he has said stay off the track at least 8 times in the past hour. Oh, man, these young kids are rooting on their friends. I guess young adults. I'm sorry, not young kids. Young adults. I'm old. I can call them kids. I'm old. I'm old enough to be their daddy.
Right. And we got some breaking news for the NFL draft.
Oh, yeah, NFL draft.
Bryce Young was drafted number 1 by the Carolina Panthers. First Alabama player taken as the top pick since Joe Namath.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Absolutely. Here we go. So can we get the clean exchanges? And the answer is yes.
Nice clean exchanges, and they are moving, man.
Yes,
look at those legs kicking.
Correct. As we mentioned, keep an eye out on Benedict on lane number 2 and also Albany State in lane 6. Here comes the third and final exchange. Who will it be? Benedict
look at Benedict out in front.
Benedict out in front. Look at the Tigers.
Oh, look at him running them down.
And look at Albany State. Albany State running them down, and Albany State coming through. The Golden Rams picking up the victory in the first heat of the 4x1 in the men's.
Walk him down, young man.
Man, oh man. Kybron Moore. That boy could fly, as they would say back in the day.
He was moving.
Yes, he was moving.
If you look at this replay on this thing, man.
Because Rajon Ricketts appeared to have this thing won, and then all of a sudden Moore.
Look at the handoff. Look at the handoff right there.
It's a perfect handoff.
Benedict has about 10 yards.
Look at Ricketts. Ricketts is out in front, but it just was all about who wants it more, and it went to Albany State and Mr. Moore.
Ran him down.
Yes.
Albany State.
So Albany State and Benedict picking up the 1-2 finish in the prelims of the men's 4x100 meter relay.
These young men were moving from Albany State.
Yep. All right, coming up next, we've got Heat 2 of 2. with the prelims. In lane 1, it'll be Spring Hill College. In lane 2, it'll be Kentucky State. They qualify with a time of 42.11. In lane 3, Central State qualifying with a time of 41.78 from the Trojan Relays. In lane 4, it'll be Fort Valley State. The Wildcats qualifying with a time of 41.98 from the Running Eagles Open. In lane 5, Edward Waters qualifying with a time of 41.65 at their own track meet.
Let's check those clocks.
Yes, the Edward Waters Last Chance meet was the name of the meet. In lane 6, it'll be the Dragons from out of lane. 43.20 is their qualifying time. And in lane 7, Lemoyne Owen, it says they are qualifying with 40.47. How about this? Prove it right here on the track.
You gotta show me.
And the reason why, and not saying I don't believe it, is just the fact they don't have a track meet listed with the time to go with it.
If they ran that in practice, I don't know if we can count it. Young men out of Memphis,
Tennessee, home of 3-6 Mafia.
make it easy money.
All right, so here we go. Gun is up, and the guys are off. First exchange is always important. And Spring Hill doesn't really get too much of a good first exchange on that inside.
And let's see. Well, look at him making it up in lane 1. He's making up the bad handoff. There it is. I'm sorry, lane 2.
All right, so here we go.
Oh, look at this young
coming
man.
down the stretch. Look at lane 3. It's Central State. Central State. Edward Waters. Central State with 1. Edward Waters coming through with 2.
I got to see that young man in the anchor leg for Edward Waters. I don't know his name, but I know the hat. He had the hat on earlier in the 200.
Running the anchor leg for Edward Waters, Cody Gibbs,
now we
sophomore.
We might have to question that time from Lemoyne.
Yes.
We might have to go and see a video on that time they got earlier in the year, that 44 seconds.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the replay right now, Sly. I mean, you had great exchanges. I mean, and you had a really good exchange with 200 meters to go with Edward Waters. And then really this was the one that put them out in front because Central State was just rolling. But you have to give it to Mr. Gibbs and Edward Waters for running it down and at least getting the second place finish in the heat.
I tell you, man, these guys out here looking like a younger version of myself. Before my 2 bad knees and about 50 extra pounds. Generously saying 50 extra. Generous estimate.
Miles College.
All right, so we're going to move on to the women's 4x1 meter relay. They're literally about to start right now, so I'm going to have to hold off those qualifying times for the women's 800 meter run until after we run these 2 heats.
In lane number 4, Kentucky State.
Now I'm going to tell you the hardest thing about a track meet in the conference finals is about to come up. It's not necessarily the race. It's the night after the track meet when you get back to the hotel and how much discipline do you have. That's the hardest part.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be a huge piece. That's going to be a huge piece.
Are you ready?
How much do you try not to sneak out that hotel room?
And if you look on the 40-yard line, there's our man, Mr. Gibbs from Edward Waters.
Zone 3.
That kid was moving.
Yes, sir, he was. All right, women's 100 meter relay in lane 1, Albany State. In lane 2, Lane. In lane 3, well, lane 3 was Lane. In lane 4, Kentucky State. Lane 5, Fort Valley State. In lane 6, Savannah State. And in lane 7, Lemoyne Owen.
And you got somebody starting out of the standing up position again, man. I don't usually see that a lot.
No, you really don't. Not in this type of sprint.
But they're on the outside lane, starting up lane 7.
Team with a Best qualifying time going into this heat. Fort Valley State in lane 5, 47.83. Savannah State right behind them along with it, 47.10. So let's keep an eye out on lanes 5 and lane 6.
Yeah, with that blue hair. I remember the young lady with the blue. Look at her pull out in front of everybody.
Yes, indeed. From Savannah State. That's Sistrunk. Clean handoff. 200 meters to go.
My goodness, they're out in front right there. Let's see if they can close that gap.
So here we go, final exchange coming down the final stretch. Right now it is Savannah State. Savannah State running away from it, and the Tigers from the eastern portion of Georgia will get it. But look at Fort Valley running it through to get second place. So we go Savannah State 1, Fort Valley State 2.
My goodness, the young lady in lane 5 closed the gap. I think she closed that gap and beat 3 other people. She was in 5th place in the handoff, and she came back and maneuvered up to second place.
And that's Delia Austell from Fort Valley State. We talked about her not long ago. I know for sure we were calling her name in that 200.
I tell you, man, look at this replay right here. But you see that blue hair, man.
Oh, yeah, that's Sistrunk really, really got out in front of the pack.
She was moving.
It almost makes me wonder, should you not put her maybe in the third exchange? Because I mean, she runs the back stretch. So imagine what if she does the final stretch.
And then now look, if you look closely at the young lady right there, she was in 5th place and she worked her way all the way up to second on the handoff. She got that handoff in 5th place.
Correct, and it's just that second gear coming down in which you have that final straightaway, and then boom, got across the finish line, at least the second place to give them a shot on Sunday. Excuse me, on Saturday. So, yes. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself, everyone. We do have a championship on a Sunday, but that's baseball, and that's next week Sunday, which will be produced by the Black College Sports Network. Join us down in Albany.
Zone 2, are you ready?
No lane 1 and no lane 8.
So here we go. Final heat for the 4x1 women. In lane 2, it'll be Allen. In lane 3, Central State. In lane 4, Tuskegee, the Tigerettes. In lane 5, it'll be Benedict. In lane 6, Clark Atlanta. And in lane 7, Spring Hill. Best qualifying time coming into this heat will be Benedict. 47 even. So we'll keep an eye out on Benedict in lane 5, and also let's keep an eye on Allen in lane 2 with 48 even.
And look at her in lane 6 right there, pushing away in the pack. You always need that great opening jump. Oh, do you see lane 5 trying to close that gap out front?
Yes, sir, I do. And we did have a missed exchange over here. That could be huge. Excuse me. So here we go. The final exchange coming up.
And look at Benedict out front. Wait a minute. Slow.
Benedict is out in front, but right behind them is Central State. It'll be Benedict and Central State going 1 and 2 in this heat.
Or is that Kentucky State? Is that the thoroughbred? Was that green and white?
Yeah, is that Kentucky State?
Who missed the handoff?
Let's go back to the. Let's see. Go back on the replay to see exactly who missed the handoff.
But let's take a look at that first
out the
one.
gate. Clark Atlanta was rolling.
She was out of the zone.
Oh,
yeah,
was
got
out of the
zone.
That's a tough one.
Yes, sir. We had an out of the zone, which is always tough.
She was out of the zone on the handoff, and that's going to cost you. That's a hard way to lose.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, fellas, go ahead and break them down.
All right, so in the meantime, we're going to wait for them to tally up the scores and let us know who are the best qualifiers going into the 4x1 championships over the weekend. But as I promised, I want to go ahead and let the good people know who were the best runners in the men's 800 meter and the women's 800 meter. All right, here are your top 8 times that'll qualify for this upcoming weekend. 8 best, Jonathan Kelly, 157.47. 7 best, Terrell Williams, Fort Valley State, 157.40. 6th best, Keaden Marks from Central State, 156.71. 5th best, John Dale Cumberbatch from Morehouse, 156.18. 4th best, Trevino Glover, Albany State, 155.76. Tyler Douglas, Albany State, 155.75. Gavin Weddington from Morehouse, 155.36. And your best time from the qualifying heats goes to Darius Ragland of Morehouse, 153.46. So those are your 8 best times that'll qualify for the finals this upcoming weekend in the men's. In the women's 800 meters, let's check out your final results. We'll start off from 8 and work our way up to 1. Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta, 2 minutes 30.83 seconds. Karan Warren from Clark, Atlanta, 2:30.35 seconds. Megan Thompson from Benedict, 2:30.1 seconds. Akira Walker from Tuskegee, 2 minutes, 29.11 seconds. Zanae Rainey, who's got a huge fan club on YouTube.
A huge fan
from
club.
Albany State, 2 minutes, 27.81 seconds. 3rd best was Quenisha Marshall of Lane, 2 minutes, 27.32 seconds. And 2nd best was Kaya Pittman of Albany State, 2 minutes, 24.78 seconds. And Kayla Chance from Savannah State was your best overall qualifier, 2 minutes, 24.01 seconds. So those top 8 will qualify for the finals over the weekend with a chance to either grab bronze, silver, or gold. And let's see. Hey, man, how about this? We got the results for the 4x1.
They're announcing some champions down here.
Yes, they are.
I'm not quite sure what event these young men are, but they. Long jump.
All right, men's long jump. Here we go. Men's long jump. The bronze medal winner was Jaden Molin of Morehouse. 22 feet, 10 inches. The runner-up, the silver medalist, Sean Taylor from Benedict, 23 feet even. And the gold medal winner in the men's long jump competition, Rajon Ricketts, 24 feet, 4.75 inches. Or if you're going in the metric system, 7.13 meters.
Hey, Benedict, awful impressive, man. We start to check up these tallies.
Absolutely.
Try to add up some of these numbers for Benedict. They're stacking up some points.
Yes, sir. All right, let me go back to men's 4x1 meter relay. So I'll be honest with everyone, I don't know exactly how they're going to parlay this into the weekend, so I'm just going to go with what I know. If they go ahead and take the top 8 teams, here are your 8 best times, starting with number 8 for the men's 4x100 meter relay. Morehouse, checking in with a time of 42.45 seconds, is your 8th best, followed by Allen, 42.34. In 6th place, Kentucky State, 42.22. 5th, Savannah State, 42.15. 4th, Edward Waters, 42.02. Central State in third, 41.71. Second best, Benedict, 41.56. And Albany State with the best qualifying time today out of the prelims, 41.22 seconds. And as Sly was saying earlier, those guys were moving.
Moving.
Correct. And as a matter of fact, you heard what I was talking about, and you can see it right there on your screen as well. And let's give you a tally on the women's 4x100 meter.
I'm going to be honest with you, Mo. I pulled the hamstring watching. Pulled the hamstring watching these kids run.
No doubt. All right, so here we go. Starting with the 8th best. Okay, before we even go with that, let's take a look at the right side of your screen. We've got the women's long jump medal winners. Bronze medal winner, Isis Lewis from Clark, Atlanta. She had a jump of 17 feet, 2.75 inches. The runner-up, silver medal winner, Amariana Lofton from Central State, 18 feet, 2.25 inches. And your winner, the gold medalist in the women's long jump for 2023 here in the SIAC, will go to Sadria Mabry from Savannah State, a winning jump of 18 feet, 6.5 inches. And for those keeping up with the metric system, that is 5.65 meters.
And wow, she's actually the shortest one, too. She jumped the farthest in the shortest one.
She definitely did. Big things come in the small packages.
There you go.
I bet she's got a big heart for sure.
There you go. Or strong legs.
Yeah, definitely that too. Definitely that too. All right, so as they are being presented and being cheered upon by their friends, family, and loved ones, I will give you the results of the women's 4x100 meter relay. Here's the top 8 as far as what I think is going to qualify for Saturday. Top 8, Albany State, 49.42 seconds. Clark Atlanta, 49.33 seconds. In 6th, Kentucky State, 49.15 seconds. In 5th, Allen, 48.85. Fort Valley State checking in with the 4th best time, 48.59. Central State checking in at 48.13. Savannah State checking in at 48.07. And the best qualifying time from the prelims on the women's 4x100 meter relay goes to Benedict with a time of 47.44. Those teams will advance. They will advance to the finals with a chance to get a gold medal for their team, or silver medal, or bronze medal. But you know, you go for the gold.
You go for the gold. You always go for the gold. Sometimes you might come up short, but that's what you're going for.
Absolutely. So, Sly, anything stood out to you in particular today besides just seeing a lot of fast student athletes who are HBCU standouts?
Well, you know, you see the fast student